Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Camp Hustle One here, back with another video. How you guys doing? Yeah, man, back with another live stream, dude. Hope you guys all had a good week. Let me fix this real quick. I realized I didn't finish all this. 1 second here. What are we doing? Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Yeah, so hope you guys had a good week, man. Just stay busy like we always do over here. Always hustling, never sleeping. Got to get my drink here. Hope you guys are ready for a chill stream tonight. I got some videos lined up in terms of what we're gonna be covering. A lot of it was user submitted, so anything that you guys would like me to check out and talk about, you guys are more than welcome to post that in the Discord. The Discord link will be in the description of this video, so you guys make sure to join up if you want me to cover anything. So Coke Benny, welcome to the stream. Hey man, nice opening. Thanks, man. And Eris Playworld, welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, thanks, man. I threw together some clips earlier. Actually, I did that last week, and you know, I figured it'd be neat to do a little opening and do a nice little ending as well. So I have that planned. So let's go ahead and let me open up the Discord so you guys can see what I got going on tonight here. All right, so we're gonna go to the messages I got. So I have a few videos here that were sent to me from Tea and Toast with Ghost. Maybe if he wants to join me on stream, more than welcome to. I believe the first one I wanted to talk about was, where was it? The crisis they can't ignore. Men are rejecting marriage and the expectations placed on them by modern women, I'm guessing? Let me double check. Okay. Men are rejecting marriage and the expectations placed on them by a failed society. So this is by Legion of Men. I've not seen anything by this gentleman, but this was recommended to me from Tea and Toast with Ghost. So let's check it out. And this is going to be a complete blind reaction. So hopefully it's good. Cookman says, did you hear Myron's trashy AI diss track he made for Abba and Preach? I did. The Abba and Preach way. Yeah, dude, it was pretty fucking horrible, actually. And I was gonna actually cover it on the channel, but I was like, it's so horrible, man. Like, I'm sure you guys will probably catch it. Very low effort, in my opinion. You would think that, you know, since Abba and Preach, they went ahead and put their video together. They, you know, they had a bunch of people come together and film the whole thing and, you know, get dressed up. There's a lot of stuff, you know, and I think Myron, he just doesn't have connections like that, you know, people to actually help him put things together. So I think he did a lot of that stuff on his own, which is why it was such, you know, such AI trash, dude. I hated it. But yeah, I figured you guys would catch it on your own, and I didn't really have to bring much light to it because it really wasn't really noteworthy in my opinion. So but yeah, so let's hold on, let me make sure this, oh, this is how the screen looks, never mind. All right, so let's check out this video and hopefully we get some good stuff out of it.
Men, we're just gonna cut right to it. Find a woman, fall in love, get married, have more children than you can afford.
You should get married as young as possible.
Yeah, get married and have a ton of kids.
Well, now they say grow up and then get married. And in the past, they said get married and grow up.
You know what else they did back in the good old days? They actually had standards for women, and therefore men received a modest, silent, submissive, and virtuous chaste virgin on their wedding night. But now, those rules don't apply. The message is clear. Men have to man up, stop being scared, and just commit to marriage, while holding the same traditional standards for women makes you a red pillar and an incel. More and more men are voting with their feet and choosing not to get married at all.
I feel obligated to get married, but I'm going to be honest, I don't really want to.
But why is this happening? In this video, we're going to follow the data.
You know, Nick really shouldn't even try to get married or get into a relationship until he's ready to take that on. Forcing it is just going to not turn out for good for either party. And also, I think, you know, Nick isn't really that interested with women. Even though he claims that he's attracted to them, I think it'd probably be best for him to just kind of be alone. It's one of those things. I wouldn't want a woman to really subject herself to that. So, Eris Playworld came back and said, "What? What do you mean? I don't know what means. I don't know what you're saying. What to? Be a little bit more specific.
The incentives, the institutions, and the history to figure out why the marriage crisis happened, why it's accelerating, and who's really benefiting from this collapse. Because one thing is clear, this is more than a crisis, and this might be the most important topic I've ever covered on this channel. This is why. To understand why so many men are walking away from marriage today, you have to understand a brutal but simple truth that offends modern ears. The deal has changed. For most of human history, marriage was not a romantic lifestyle add-on. Men and women were not expected to live the same lives, share the same psychological rhythms, or occupy the same social spaces 24/7. For all of recorded human history, whether you talk about the ancient Greeks, the Roman Empire, or Christendom, a man's life was outward-facing. He went into the world to build, to trade, to fight, to govern, to take risks, to participate in politics, guilds, councils, wars, and public life. The home was not his emotional center. It was his harbor. He came home to a household that ran without him hovering over it, children raised into order. This was never seen as cruelty. It was complementarity.
right.
This was
Okay, so Eris Playworld came back. She says, what for the man manning up? It means that, yeah, I mean, we pretty much have to suck it up and do our duties as a man, which is, take care of our family, take care of ourselves, and, be able to make enough money to support a family. Don't do any drugs, don't drink too much, be responsible, just the typical thing, be the traditional type of man, where, as you got a lot of these women today that are pretty much their own man. They got their own college degree, they got their own careers going, they got their own house, their own car, and now that they've chased this success of being an independent, strong person, now a lot of women are starting to regret that, because they're realizing that a lot of their best years are behind them, and now they can't find any man that's on their level that will take them on or want to move into their frame or move into their house, when really that's not what men are looking for. Men are typically looking to sweep a woman off their feet and possibly be the window to their world and kind of give them, guidance and all that stuff. But when you have a woman that's completely independent, almost, many years of living in survival mode, it's kind of a hard thing for a woman, I think, to change and, to kind of switch gears and be a little bit more traditional and, take care of the house and all that stuff. It's not, everybody's trying to be equal now. So times have definitely changed.
rooted in other
We know what it
arena
was
of
like
management.
before.
This is the modern dual and say, why would I want this? Here is the missing piece. Men didn't stop wanting in booty shorts and a face full of seductive makeup.
And I don't deal well with judgment. I'm a very rebellious person when it comes up to judgment.
And the same guys telling young men that modern marriage is a great deal end up doing their wives' motherly duties and can't smoke a cigar in their own house. Yet knowing all of
Jesus Christ. Even him? Dude, it blows me away. Like, I didn't know Matt Walsh was getting cucked out like that in that sense.
I mean, these men aren't really the best examples. I mean, there's a lot of different dynamics that go into it, but for one, Ben Shapiro, his marriage was kind of arranged, and he was persistent, yes, in terms of, pursuing the person that was set up for him and everything. But I mean, there was really no game on his part in terms of, I don't know, wowing her, because I mean, they pretty much got into they were in the same type of situation and the same church and all that. And I don't know. I mean, that could be a good place to start, I guess, finding a good woman and stuff. But his, from what I do understand, is that Ben Shapiro's marriage is completely arranged, and his whole sense of like how to be in a marriage and all that stuff is completely in its own little bubble, and I would say that he really couldn't give advice to most men in terms of, what a marriage is supposed to be and how men are supposed to work towards that. I don't know if he could, because he has kind of an insulated life. Matt Walsh, I don't know too much about, but if he can't do the things he wants to do in his own marriage, I mean, that's the compromise that you got to take, pretty much. Not every marriage is the same. Some men can do whatever they want, and then some men have to do whatever they want when their wife's not home. It's the sad fact, unfortunately. Teen Tales with Ghosts. Hey, Camp. Good night so far, man. Just getting started, man. I'm actually going through the list of videos that you sent me, because I didn't get a chance to go through them on last stream, so we're going to do that tonight. I went ahead and opened up the Discord, if you want to go ahead and join me, I have open on, I think I'm on Tango, I believe, tonight. Let me make sure. Let me see. Actually, no, I'm in Foxtrot right now. So you're more than welcome to join if you'd like. And we can go through these. Hold on, let me I want to make sure my settings are okay. Because last time they weren't. Let's make sure they are. Speakers is good. Okay, that's good. Cool. Yeah, so anybody would like to join the stream, it's wide open. You guys are more than welcome to. That link is in the description. Let me go ahead and do that right now. And boom. All right, so that's the link. You guys are more than welcome to join. Let's continue with this video.
But who was the other one that got Mr. Suds and he's now sick? Piers Morgan.
Oh yeah, Piers Morgan, his wife. How could we forget? With the thirst trap posts and I think talking about a pool boy, and there was another one. Basically, he's just kind of saying like, hey, you know, there's when her husband isn't home, he's too busy at work and stuff. She's got to basically sit around the pool and fantasize with the pool boy and his little thong and stuff. And I don't know why she would post that on social media. It's kind of disrespectful, but maybe Piers doesn't care.
Piers Morgan, he's not sick. He broke his hip or some shit. And his wife couldn't wait to even say it's such a strain on her having to take care of him. She contemplated divorce. What? All these boomers are talking about happy wife, happy life. You're getting cucked out of your mind. Your women are literally sleeping with other dudes. You look horrendous. They're lambasting you all over social media. They got you in like aprons. They got you mopping the floor and shit. They're posting like a humiliation ritual. It's insanity what they're doing, dude.
Yeah, there's really no excuse. I mean, that kind of thing. Piers Morgan, he's a public figure, so you think he would have like let his wife know, like, hey, do not post stuff about this to make me look bad. Men shouldn't have to say that. Women should already know, but sometimes some people need a little bit of guidance. That kind of thing. The first time it happened, he should have said something, and now it's just seeming like she just kind of has free reign to post whatever she wants, and regardless if it makes him look bad or not. So, Tea and Toast Ghost came back and says, I'll jump on when I get home. All right, cool, man. Sounds good, man. I'll be here.
It never ends. Never ends. And then, right, it's not enough, but then they gloat about it all over social media. It's like they can't stand. They really can't stand to see a man happy, can they? And this is supposed to be what we're all looking forward to in our old age, like getting completely wrecked by all these so-called happy wives. If you're so happy, why does she need Mr. Suds? If you're so happy in your marriage, why does she got you in humiliation rituals left and right? I don't know, dude. It's like something's not adding up with these old dudes. And the way they're carrying their so-called marriages is, well, young men are seeing this shit and going, no thanks, dude. What are you talking about?
Are these the best examples to really go off of? I think you should really kind of not really look to the internet and look towards like people in your real life and have conversations with them. You know, people that have been together for 10, 15, 20 years and stuff, and just ask them, you know, like, what's the secret to a successful relationship, a successful marriage? And, you know, one thing that I've asked people that have been together for 40, 50 years, what they always say is that communication is the most important. You know, being able to talk through your problems, you know, sort everything out, try not to go to bed angry. And, you know, just even if kids are involved, you know, make sure that, you know, you're setting a good example for them. And then when your kids, you know, grow up and move out of the house and stuff, life doesn't stop. You know, like you pick up where you left off in the beginning of a relationship and continue to love one another, continue to go on adventures with each other, and have more and more experiences with one another. You know, I think that's kind of the joy of being in a marriage, is being able to show each other different things, experience new things together. And it's fun, man. It's a lot more fulfilling, I think, to go and travel and experience new things and have somebody there to share it with, rather than doing it all by yourself. I mean, sure, it could be fun if you're a selfish person and you just want to just experience all this stuff for your own, but it's a little bit amplified when you have somebody else to have that memory with.
The so-called right-wing media love rushing young guys into marriage and selling it like it's the magic antidote to social collapse, while skimming right past the one question that actually matters. Why do so many men not even see a viable path to marriage anymore?
But I'm always, I think I'm just too old or something. I'm like, why is anyone married?
So they keep us trapped in the safest debate possible. They say divorce rates are dropping.
And the divorce rate is closer to 35%.
The
not
black
50%.
pill responds, no, they're not. Back and forth forever. Like if we just win the divorce stat argument, suddenly the West starts having babies again. But here's the darker truth that both the neocon right wing and the red pill and black pill grifters get wrong. Divorce isn't the bottleneck. That's just the topic that keeps ad revenue flowing and keeping female audiences at bay. The reality is that even if divorce rates magically hit 0% tomorrow, even if you banned no-fault divorce overnight, you still wouldn't get a marriage revival, because the main obstacle is not legal risk. It's match scarcity. It's a widening gap in worldview and life goals, especially as huge numbers of women have radically moved leftwards and career first, while men's expectations for what a wife is haven't moved nearly as much. What has shifted, though, is the female formation. A lot of women have been trained to treat marriage less like a vow of mutual sacrifice and more like a lifestyle accessory, and the reasons for that are much more sinister than you think, and I'll get to that in a bit, but we don't have to guess. When you survey unmarried adults who actually desire to marry, the top reason they're still single isn't "I'm afraid of divorce court." It's brutally simple. It's hard to find the right person to marry. That's 58%, the number one answer. Now here's where it gets interesting, because it exposes the contradiction that nobody wants to sit with. AEI points out that 45% of college-educated single women say they're single largely because they can't find someone who meets their expectations. And at the same time,
well, but haven't we covered like women's expectations on this channel before? And it just seems that a lot of women have unrealistic expectations. Some of them maybe even contradict one another in terms of what they're looking for. They want a guy who's, you know, rich, who is also young, someone who's tall, but who's not like crazy muscular. You know, they want somebody that can protect them, but also be super sensitive. They want somebody who's funny, but not creepy. They want somebody, you know, they want a lot of these things. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, the more things you ask for, the smaller of a percentage that you'll actually find it, because it's becoming more of a niche thing. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of women, they hold out too long until it's too late, and they've already had all these experiences. They've already settled down roots by getting a house and a car, and you know, they're already past their birthing years. You know, they're well into their like late 30s, early 40s, and they can't give men children, which is, you know, that's another big issue, that men are always looking for, you know, a legacy, and they can't do that with a woman who can't bear them any children, or is coming with children already in tow. Not every man wants to take on somebody else's kids, and it still is kind of there's a cognitive dissonance with some women that think that even after they've been divorced and they still have like 3 children with them, that they still can demand a man that's making 6 or 7 figures. And unfortunately, it just doesn't compute. You know, there's nothing that the man gets out of the relationship. It's only the woman that gets the come up. And unfortunately, that is kind of why a lot of people will say that single mothers are kind of just looked at by young guys and also older guys just for fun and not for an actual relationship, because there's nothing in it for men other than just sex. Whereas women are looking for a partner, someone who can actually take care of them and their family and, you know, raise their children. And if it's like young boys, to be young men and stuff, or if it's young girls, to protect the young girls. But it's just, I guess it's just, it goes both ways. You know, men don't want to, some men do want to take on the responsibility of other men's kids, and then some men just would like to have their own kids and would hope that you would be able to give your children back to their father. That way the father can be, you know, a good part of their lives, and then you can go off and have your relationship with this new man. But a lot of women aren't willing to do that.
And Pew Research shows that the modern young female priority stack has shifted. 2/3 of women 18 to 34 rate career as a major life priority, up from 56% in the late 90s. So translate that into plain English. Both sides are looking at the market and saying, where are the marriageable options? But they don't even mean the same thing by marriageable. Men are thinking, is she submissive, faithful, home-oriented,
I think men's standards are in the gutter right now, honestly. I think men will take anything that's just not completely used up, busted, and ridden by the whole block. Like, and you can't even find that.
You can. I think I've said this before too. I think guys are just looking in the wrong places. Guys are looking on Instagram, they're looking on, they're looking online, which is like the first misstep. You got to actually get out there in the world and stuff and meet people, whether it's through social circles, going out to public places, going out to places that aren't like clubs and bars. You can go out to the park, you can probably meet somebody, go to church, probably meet somebody. But I think a lot of guys just don't want to they want to take the easy route. So they want to go on like Hinge or whatever dating app there is and just try to see if they can find a hookup. And, maybe they form a connection out of it, but it just seems like it's the misstep to try to find love online when you could just try to work on yourself to be like, a better person and, try to be a social person, try to go out and socialize, because I think that's kind of a lost art nowadays. People just don't have the confidence to go out and talk to people anymore.
The guy can't even find that. So, I know women's standards have gone parabolic and they're asking for men that don't exist with characteristics that don't even exist. Like you could only find these guys probably in movies and shit and fantasy novels. That's literally the slop that they're into. But dudes don't even I've seen and I've talked to too many men and the number one just treats me right. Just is nice to me. I just want a woman that's nice to me. She doesn't even have to be hot. She can be whatever. A guy will take a chick that's like average as hell, just as long as he's just asking for a nice. Can just get a nice girl. That's it. And bro, that doesn't exist. When you do meet a woman that's just sorta nice, she's got like 2 baby daddies, 10 million animals she's hoarding, rap sheets, crazy history, ex is trying to kill her, like you can't even get in the middle of that shit. And it's like, wow, God, are you listening? Please, one decent one, can you? It's like, we have been forsaken.
Willing to build a family, and on the flip, women are thinking, how much of a modern woman can I get away with being while still receiving the benefits of a traditional husband?
Marriage and kids is way more important.
If you really believe that, then why are you here working on your career?
You're not making any sense.
Does he look good on my IG posts, support my modern expectations across status, lifestyle, and career ambitions without limiting my modern individual?
Hey, you'll learn to spot chicks like this, like major red flag, even shit less than. If your chick's on the internet, if she's addicted to social media.
Crow, welcome to the stream, sir. Butterfly tattoos. Oh, man. Yeah, man. The thing is, okay, so this Instagram that we're looking at right now is not that bad. Hold on, let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. It's not that bad from what I can see. She's pretty much clothed. Got some food, pictures here, one with the dog. But yeah, I mean, she has I don't know, I haven't seen the bikini picture yet, but it could be a whole lot worse. But what he was talking about, yeah, I mean, some women, they have their individual, social media influence that they're trying to have. Everybody's trying to be an influencer. So if they can get a guy that is attractive enough so that they can kind of flex it to their fans and stuff, I mean, that's kind of another thing they're looking for. Yep, kind of wild. Eris Play World says, I'm going offline. All right, well, I appreciate you coming to the stream. You have a good evening. So let's keep going.
All TikTok, Instagram on it. Next, bro. Next. It's such a red flag. People ask me all the time, where's yours? What are you doing? Don't worry about it. Off the
Decoder, welcome to the stream, sir. I'm pretty sure that girls, the conservative and traditional, unless she's grifting, that's the thing. It's the whole selling purity kind of thing, if you can always portray yourself as a nice girl, someone who is, respectable and chaste and, she basically knows how to present herself. That's the thing. It's all a show until you actually meet them in person, and then you can have a conversation, and then you can start, asking them the right questions to kind of see where their mind is at. And most times it just takes one conversation, to kind of get a reality check and be like, okay, yeah, this person, they're great on the outside, but on the inside, it's all types of messed up. So, I mean, that's why you just have to make sure that you are doing your due diligence and actually communicating,
Internet, worrying about nobody and nothing. All this shit on the internet. I want to take pictures here. I got to do this. I got to show the world. I was thinking the same shit when I first went to Eastern Europe, and I was like, I'm going to show the guys, and I'm going to proof, and I'm going to do this. That protect yourself, protect your privacy. Especially, it's your woman's number one job to protect your reputation. Nothing good comes from having your woman on the internet. Nothing. I've never seen any of these dudes. All those posts. Have you seen those cucked ass posts they were showing from Matt Walsh and Piers Morgan and all that shit? No, thanks, bro. You're not catching me like that. Ever. Off the internet doesn't exist. Mine only has an Instagram I send memes. That's it. You send me memes. We send memes back at each other. That's it. Your woman is on the internet trying to do too much, get attention. They're strange people. You're opening up doorways, avenues, and lanes for dudes to get up in her business, message her, and all this shit. You're f***ing up, bro. Nope.
It's true. I mean, Instagram definitely, I mean, if you use it like that to message people, I mean, a lot of people just post pictures just for like memory reasons and stuff, a lot of stuff just with the family. But then you got girls that are like this that are still kind of advertising. They're like, hey, like they'll have millions of followers, and people are just like, it's wild because she's just a hot chick online. So yeah, of course people are going to follow her just for that sole purpose, not necessarily for like interest in her life and stuff. So Dakota came back. He says Andrew Wilson actually gave her money for her and her fiance for their honeymoon. Really? I didn't know about that. I don't really follow too much of Andrew Wilson. We did kind of talk a little bit about his before. I guess he was the third in line for his wife for when Rachel Wilson was like, getting pregnant and in her previous two relationships with her kids and stuff. And then, Andrew Wilson kind of swooped in on the third one. But yeah, she basically cheated on every man until her next relationship. And I don't know, man. That's a huge red flag for me, man. If I was like, I can't be with a woman who's ever cheated before. It's one thing if a woman's been cheated on. That's kind of, that's something. But, a woman who cheats on someone, that's kind of a slippery slope, man. So it's like, if she cheats on someone, her significant other, to be with you, just watch out, because the way you get her is also the way you lose her. So that's just kind of how the world works. Exo Charles, welcome to stream, sir. Hello, everyone. The red pill got fed good this week. Man, I mean, it just kind of felt like they ate themselves, man. I got some stuff here to talk about in terms of Andrew Tate going on his apology tour and, going on Piers Morgan, getting grilled and everything. And then I believe Sneeko and ABBA, they did a little collaboration together, and Myron just kind of watched from his little studio and just completely seethed and coped about it. It just seemed like how quickly, these men don't take accountability, even though they preach it to their audience. And then they act like a bunch of girls once they all get away from each other, and they just act like they hate each other. And just two-faced snakes, man, all of them. And which, it's kind of another lesson that it might be a good idea that you guys aren't following them. Because, I mean, they never really are who they say they are. They just who they portray themselves to be, which kind of, goes back to this whole online thing. Everybody has like a limited time to be online, and we're just trying to show the best parts of ourselves. And if we're trying to sell any products or courses and everything, yeah, it just makes sense to kind of portray this confident, stoic, man that's successful. But then when you have other people in the mix, and then it's a live stream format, you can't really edit everything out. Yeah, you start seeing holes in their armor, and then you start seeing them backpedal and stab each other in back, and it just doesn't seem very, very stand up, I guess, as a man, or I guess, respectable as a man to do. But yeah, you see, and then, also Myron, Myron and Fresh basically begging YouTube to get them remonetized, and they complaining online and stuff how, you know, they don't understand. I'm like, dude, weren't you just wearing like a Klan uniform like a couple days ago? Like, how did you forget? It's like, we didn't. There's no accountability, you know, when these guys preach accountability to their audience and, you know, they don't have it for themselves. It's just messed up. So let's see. Crow's back. He says, I post because it saves space on my phone on Snapchat and saves memories. But then again, I stream for entertainment. Old habits are hard to break. I agree, man. I mean, I do this because I do enjoy the community aspect of it. You know, I love hanging out with my hustlers and, you know, checking out, you know, stuff that we like to talk about and stuff. And I love just the whole community aspect of it. I love that. That part is just, that will never get old for me. But I also enjoy just being able to, you know, talk about things that some people probably never even never even knew about, and get to shed a little bit of light for them. And it's just cool, you know, to be able to kind of educate people in a way, but also try to entertain them at the same time. It's, I mean, I that's the part I enjoy about this whole thing. But let's see. Teen Toast with Ghost came back. He says, my ex got cheated on before we got together. She still cheated on me. For my perspective. Wait, hold on. From my perspective, isn't a lot difference. What? Okay, hold on. My ex got cheated on before we got together. She still cheated on me. From my perspective, it isn't a lot different. Interesting. Or difference. There isn't a lot of difference. That's interesting, man. I don't know, man. That's tough. I'm sorry that happened, man. For me, I've never been cheated on. I can only like imagine. I mean, I think I've already said this. This is like, it's like, that's a no-go for me. Like, if you cheat on me, like, that's it. I don't care if we have kids. I don't care if we're together for like 40, 50 years, man. Like, that is huge, you know? I'll never be able to trust you again. And I think I said last stream, man, if you don't have trust, man, you don't have anything. You know, you got to be able to trust somebody. And one thing that, you know, I can confidently say in my marriage is that my wife is not that type of person, you know? I mean, I'll say it right here, right now, that she has been hurt before in previous relationships, and she's never done it back. She's never cheated back, and she's also never, you know, even thought about it. So, I mean, she's a solid person, and, you know, I've had to earn her trust because, you know, she thought that all guys eventually cheat. And I told her that I was solid, you know, so, you know, and the only way that I could really prove that to her is just to let time kind of show that. So, but she has told me, you know, that she looks at me as solid now. And, you know, it's just a kind of a sigh of relief to not really have to worry about that. And, you know, we can just live our lives and be happy and stuff. Cause, you know, you don't have to have that worry. I know there are some couples that have that, and it's got to be fucking miserable, you know, to constantly be on your toes as a guy, like hoping that she's not posting some thirst trap online on some, you know, dummy Instagram account that you don't know about, or, you know, starting an OnlyFans, just trying to make a little bit extra money on the side, whatever, because maybe you're in between jobs and stuff. Like I could not imagine if any of that shit was going down. But that's something that, you know, you gotta kind of set boundaries and let them know that that's not okay. If anything, as a man, you want to take on more responsibility, earn more money, you know, take on a second job or a third job if you have to, in order to keep your wife out of the streets, man. Because once that happens, man, it's a slippery slope. She sees that money, and I mean, I'm not saying all women like this, but I'm just saying we've seen too many women gone to the streets, man, and it's crazy. Streets are always calling.
Thank you. No, thank you. Your number one priority is me. End of story. Why? Because I hold down the fort. I make all the money. I pay all the bills. I make sure we're good. I handle all the life's issues. I need you to handle that other shit called protecting my reputation and my peace. If your woman can't do that, next her ass, bro. A lot of men are playing the game so backwards. They're like, I see them out all the time trying to take a million pictures of their girl by themselves, not even asking people to take pictures of you guys as a couple. Like, she's got to have, oh, the water's got to be here. Oh, wait, the something else has got to be here. Can you take, I don't like this angle. F off, bro. Is that your woman, or are you a photographer or some shit? It's why
I do see that a lot, actually. I see guys that will go to dinner with girls, and the girls will always crop them out of the photo, or they'll just have just them in front of their plate and stuff. And It's just, I mean, if the woman is not proud to post you, you know, and she's basically just going to all these dinners by herself or with her photographer, then yeah, man, it's like you kind of have to reevaluate your relationship, man. It's like if she's not proud to be with you, then, you know, you probably should, probably get rid of her.
Wild, dude. The men just humiliate themselves. For what, dude? To stick some porker? I seen half of the bitches out here. Porkers. Cave trolls. Guys are doing the most.
Individuals, and the boomers act shocked when nothing connects, which is why this whole just get married script starts sounding less like leadership and more like a grip. So let's stop chasing the decoy. Let's talk about the bottleneck. How did we get here and what's keeping us here? The real problem becomes clear when we look inside the female mind and analyze what they actually look for in a man these days. Trends in recent analysis show a few highly concerning things. one, that women are actually no longer...
I don't know what... Polish... You sent me some Polish money? What is that? Thanks, brother. New Epstein files released, 3 million pages. Yeah, I saw.
I honestly don't want to even talk about the whole Epstein files, man. It's like, I know that's kind of like everybody's been talking about it. I don't really want to bore you guys with that because to me, it is messed up. But for me, I think it would be its own video, and I just don't want to even bog down a video with that. You guys can go research all that stuff you want. But to me, it's too much, man. It's too exhausting.
Really attracted to men. I'll get to that. And 2, that most women have absolutely zero clue what they're looking for in a relationship. I almost lost my mind while researching for this script, so please, I ask all of you to kindly support the channel through buymeacoffee.com, projected onto men. Now, don't let any of this fool you. This isn't a generation of women who have suddenly risen in humility and no longer see men bringing in money as important, seeing the virtues of a poor and simple life as good. In fact, quite the opposite. In a 2025 survey of Gen Z daters, the average ideal annual income women expected from a partner was about 6 figures or more. About 1 in 10 Gen Z women said they're looking for someone earning $200,000 plus. The average income is about $60,000 in the US. So women self-report that they want both a man who earns 6 figures and yet somehow doesn't have high ambitions at the same time. So like, where is this money going?
Poland's doing really well. Yeah, relative speaking to the rest of the West, Poland's doing the best. Then it's like, you know, a couple other countries out there, and then Romania was doing really well. Poland's leading the way, though. Romania fell behind. Those used to be like the 2 Eastern Tigers growing. And they've done really well to not let in mass migration, kind of protect their culture and their religion. And, you know, it's a very safe country. Another super safe country is Croatia. Just one of the safest, if not the safest in Europe. But unfortunately, they're letting in mass migrants too. They're being relocated because Germany gets to do whatever Germany wants. It's a small country. It's not like, you know, the former Yugoslavs have much say in this shit, just like Romania. So whatever they say goes. And they are relocating those people there. And it is becoming more and more dangerous. You know, things are happening to women in public. And the cops are pretty much dickless there. You can't do shit. That's one of the reasons why I left the EU also. Although extremely safe, it won't be for long. And I hate the fact that you can't defend your family there. It's some real commie shit. Forget the whole you lack the First Amendment, can't speak freely. But if someone broke into my house and I kill them, I go to jail. If someone attacks my woman on the street, I beat them half to death or kill them, I go to jail. If something else happens and I get into a confrontation with someone, I beat them into a concussion or, you know, send them to the hospital. Anyway, I can get sued and I'll go to jail.
I'm trying to, I know that's very messed up, but I'm trying to understand, like, what is the thought process behind that? It's like you were defending someone, you know, or you're defending yourself, or the person was breaking and entering. It doesn't make any sense to me, you know, why it's like that. I do understand in the UK you can't have guns, you know, everybody has knives out there, and that's the only way you can protect yourself. It's unfortunate. I do think that's kind of you should be able to defend yourself, you know, from any type of danger. And that, I remember we covered that one video of the guy and the girl that I can't remember where they were vacationing, but basically a guy tried to like rob the girl and he had like a knife and everything like that, and the one guy like ran off. And then all the luckily there were a lot of people that were watching, and they like came to the woman's aid, and then the guy kind of came kind of cowering out of his corner and stuff. The boyfriend came back to kind of comfort the girl and stuff, but yeah, he was getting flamed online for acting like a little pussy while his girl was getting robbed and stuff. And thankfully there were other people around. But I think in that type of situation, man, it's like you should be well within your right to defend yourself. And any court, you can just let them know that, yeah, I mean, I didn't want my wife to die. I didn't want my girlfriend to die. I didn't want my kids. My kids were sleeping upstairs and stuff. And this guy was trying to break into the house. He had all types of weapons and stuff. And yeah, I just was trying to protect my family. I don't see any court that would be like, okay, well, you need to do time because you killed this. This is still a man, whether he's innocent or not. It just doesn't make sense to me. It seems like, depending on the circumstance, you should be able to let them know that, well, this is the situation, and self-defense is self-defense, man. It shouldn't just be regional. People just don't observe it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So, no, thank you. In America, I can carry my peace. If anybody wants to get froggy, I stay in my lane. I mind my business. I tell everybody, please and thank you. But at least here, if somebody runs up on you and you're still breathing, they won't be. And that makes you feel safe. That is a polite society. Europe is lacking that completely. So, and that's a major turnoff for me.
Going to come from? How are we going to earn 6 figures in a year in 2026 while not having either a big growing business or selling drugs? Why do we even survey them at this point? I think this is maybe where we begin to learn to stop listening to women's opinions. But if you thought this was bad, just wait, because these contradictions only keep getting more childish and frankly more hilarious as we go along.
I mean, I guess you could say that, women just want another daddy, man. They don't really want a relationship. They want to go from their father to a daddy, a sugar daddy, if possible. And they just want to continue with the vacation kind of lifestyle that they have. They just want to go from one lifestyle where they're taken care of to another lifestyle where they're taken care of. And unfortunately, that's not going to really work for most men. So, some men have to put in 40 to 60 hours a week and maybe another 40 hours or 20 hours in another job, just to make their rent and make their other bills and expenses and stuff. And to have a woman there to kind of just want to just sit on our ass and not really do nothing. That's not really the case for most people. There's a lot of couples that both work, to hold down rent. And I think it's fine, but if a woman wants to shoot high and be with a guy that makes $200K a year, just understand that there's a lot that comes with that. Maybe the guy has a lot more options, and you probably would be okay if he had a couple women on the side, because yeah, he's sought after.
You found 71% of women say a man must be able to financially support a family, more than double what men expect from women. And I mean, it makes sense, but now this is where, while doing the research for this script, I think I started developing gray hairs. Get this, women are also 2 to 3 times more likely to reject a partner who earns less than they do. Now, do you want to know what's funny about that? Young women in North America now on average earn about the same or even out-earn men in most metro areas and spreading. So if what women are saying is true, then that's bad news for basically 80% of the male population. That's not me making this up. This is women's own standards folding in on themselves in a contradiction. Now, why and how on earth did we get here? How did women's expectations become so contradictory? Why?
I mean, the advent of social media, everybody kind of showing off and everybody flexing and everybody wanting that same lifestyle. If people know what's out there, they're going to want to shoot for that as well. People, they see, the purse, the car, the lifestyle, they're like, dude, I want that too. And what they don't realize that a lot of it's fake, it's people are just flossing online and it's not real, but the idea is still the same. People want to have that type of lifestyle, and they're like, look, if it means that I gotta go to Dubai and get shit on whatever by a Saudi prince, whatever, to get 30 grand, some women are willing to do that. And then there's some girls that are just like, no, I would much rather just work my own job, get my own career, have my own security, and not really worry about having a man and just get in on my own. And I mean, both ways kind of lead down very dark places, because then you realize that, okay, you were worried so much about your security and money and stuff, and now that you have this money, you realize that it doesn't open doors for you in terms of a relationship for anybody, because no man really wants to be with a woman that is this boss babe, like got everything going, and like, men want to be with a woman that they can lead. But when you got a woman that is just like this control freak person that's gonna basically like run the whole show, and you're just gonna be kind of like her little side piece, that's not any life for any man that would really want to have that. There's no such thing as that. A sugar there's not a sugar baby for men. There's not that. I don't think long term a woman would want to take care of a man either. Like that kind of thing about a man losing his job, and he's got a time limit until the woman's going to leave, because it's like, a woman that will love you. Yeah, she'll stick by you for a month, maybe a couple months, whatever. But after that, man, you really got to make something happen, or she's gonna realize that you're not going to try to improve, and she doesn't want to carry you. I don't think a woman is really kind of built to carry a man like that. So it's on us. It's on us to kind of stay employed, or paid however we can, and don't ever take your eye off the ball, because it could all be gone tomorrow. And unfortunately, a lot of these women out here, they don't want to be left unprotected. So yeah, they will look at other options and other avenues to get their fulfillment. And it's still, and then we also see a lot of women as well that will prioritize their happiness over their family. If they're not happy in the relationship, screw it. They'll just take the kids and they'll try to figure it out on their own. And they're not thinking long term. They're just thinking in the short term. So Crow came back. He says, J-Mall, I don't know what J-Mall is. All right, Pa, I'm out. See you around. And read YouTube chats later. Peace out, Crow. Good to see you, man. I didn't know what J-Mall means. What is J-Mall? All right, sir. But yeah, I'll see you on the next one, brother.
There's a whole generation of young men being gaslit for a problem they didn't create. How did a wife's role shift from being protected to being worshipped? And how does all of this seem to perfectly coincide?
Yeah, that's true. They out-earn us, but expect us to make more. That's 100% factual. Not only do they expect you to earn more, there's actually two problems. The expectations of more money, but also status. So you could be a plumber making $500,000 a year, but she'll think you show your ass crack, you're a blue collar worker, you are uneducated, and you have a lowly style job, right? You're a plumber.
Yeah, it's not the most attractive job, but it does make a lot of money. But just on the surface, it doesn't look good. Landscapers don't look good, even though they make plenty of money. Sometimes they make $300K to even $500K a year, and because it's not like what's it called? A fashionable job or whatever with a snazzy little title. Yeah, girls aren't going to really check for them. So Crow came back and says, okay, late. Okay, later. Okay. Peace,
but then you could be freshly straight out of law school and you only make $50,000 a year. You're a fucking bum. But he's a lawyer. I'm dating a lawyer. You see how it sounds? And then once you figure out all this shit is just a comparison. You don't tell your girl, or you don't tell any woman you're even dating, because it's not how their brain works. You don't tell them, I'm a plumber. I own a business in plumbing or something of that nature. You could just don't even say plumbing. I'm a business owner and I serve the metro area of Phoenix, for example. I do stuff with pipes. Yeah, I'm a pipe specialist and I'm going to pipe you tonight. So don't worry about it. Stop asking me questions.
I specialize in laying pipe.
And so, but you're a little bit vague, but also you show through signaling. You can't tell women you're descriptive of the job and make it sound completely normal. Because she's going to think, oh, I'm a plumber, my ass crack's hanging out of my jeans. I'm over here crawling under people's sinks and trying to fix shit. And it's a turnoff for them. They're clueless. They really are. I was going to say clueless, entitled, and delusional. They really don't understand. You have to kind of tell it to them the way they would tell their girlfriends. So describe your job in.
Teen Toes Ghost came back. He says, lawyer, doctor, head fund manager. That's Hedge fund manager. Absolutely, man. The thing is, like, if it sounds like a business position, like something that's like high level, something that makes, I'm a Wall Street trader, you know, some people, I think the less they know about it, the more attractive it is, you know, and yeah, I mean, if you want to keep it vague, but I think eventually you'll have to eventually let them know what you mean. Coke Benny came back. He says, they call us sparkles, but they don't acknowledge the fact that we give them power that they need. That's true, man. You know, I mean, I know electricians. That's definitely a sexy title, man. People like, dude, people need electricians all the time, whether it's corporate or commercial. You know, it's like people are always needing the services of electricians. So, and I think that's that would be a sought after title, I would think. But yeah, it's one of those things, man. It's like, I think it's all in your delivery and how you present yourself. And, you know, I think being vague is fine. You know, people don't need to know what you do. You know, just know that you get after it every morning, and, you know, you have the drive to constantly do it and improve, man. It's not but yeah, I think the less is more in this type of situation.
A way that she would describe to her friends that puts her, elevates her on the pedestal. Like, wow, you got that guy? He's a pipe specialist. He serves the whole entire metro area. Wow, he must be doing really well. Yes. And then he just rearranged my pipes. Like, it's so stupid, but this is what you have to do, because they don't. Why do you think guys drive the Ferrari? It's the same shit. Fancy car, looks expensive. Oh my God, he must have money. You think she gives a shit? It's a 12-cylinder twin turbocharged or a naturally aspirated, one of the last high revving. It's a 10,000 RPM. You think she knows any of that shit? She just hears a loud car. Her brain registers loud noises. It attracts them already. It could be a Honda Civic or a Ferrari. It just, that initial, and then she doesn't know the difference between a fart can and a V12. She has no idea. She just turns around. Oh, it's a fart can. She knows it's a Civic, whatever. But that sleeper, it could be a 100K sleeper that smashes Ferraris, but she can't appreciate that. She just knows Ferrari. Ferrari, red car, Ferrari, red, expensive. Doesn't even know if it's an actual Ferrari. Now, you could be in a Honda NSX. It just needs to be red with no badges. Sound really loud. And she's going to be like, is that a Ferrari?
And I'm sure you actually can go online and get the little Ferrari decals online. People, like, they sell those, and you can literally just stick it on your car, and you probably could get away with it.
Okay.
Side with the Socialist Manifesto written over 150 years ago. It all begins to make sense when we realize that basically none of this was organic, and the roots go far deeper than the sexual revolution. That's why when we analyze the incentives, the money flow, and the social engineering, we can not only begin to make sense of all of this data, but we can clearly see what's coming next.
Yeah.
Now, the truth is, if we're going to fight the degeneracy of this culture, we can't do it while we're compromised ourselves. The reality is that if you don't actually want to quit, no app on earth or anybody is going to do it for you. But
we got to stop feeding the OnlyFans machine, going to these girls like Instagrams and like simping over them. You know, it's like the only way things will get better is if men stop simping and stop funding these type of things, you know, and then actually makes them have to get off the website and actually have to go out and make something of themselves, or, you know, possibly just take themselves offline entirely, you know, which I think that would be good too. I think a lot of guys want to find a girl that doesn't have an Instagram, that isn't really online like that has kind of a private life. I mean, I think that's more attractive than a woman that's just out there for everybody to see.
If you, like many others, have a firm resolve that you no longer want to be a slave to porn, Relay could be a valid next step, offering practical support systems, unearthing codes and norms. That's a lot of money. Global Fund for Children pushes boys beyond bias and healthy masculinities, backed by major UK public funding, and has invested $56 million into 1,000 plus organizations. Add in big name funders like Ford, Open Society, and Foundation Chanel. Now keep some of these
watts at $2,187.99. Again, the kind of women.
The echo is crazy here.
Again, the kind of women you're describing is exactly what men are trying to avoid now. That's the thing, men are actually looking for a brain now.
I believe it. Appreciate you, brother. I had double stuff going.
Names like Open Society in the back of your mind because they'll be relevant later. And here's the
Actually, I don't know if I would agree with men are looking for a brain now. I think men are just looking for anything now, to be completely honest.
I mean, men have a range, right? Men aren't like so rigid in what they're looking for. They actually have a range of beauty that they're looking for. They're looking for probably a woman that possibly still lives with her parents, that has, like family values at least, and a woman that could give them children, a woman that is willing to, put forth effort to, take care of a home and show them that they could be like a good mom and a good wife and all that stuff to your children. I think that'd be, but the thing is, it's like, it just goes against what women think that men are looking for. Women will think that no, like the first thing you'll ask a modern woman, like, what do you bring? They're like, well, I got my own career. I got my own degrees. I got my own house, my own car and stuff. I make a lot of money. And it's like, well, we don't care about that. It's like, you're just the man that you're looking for. You just became that. And I think that's kind of where the disconnect happens.
Yeah. There's slim pickings out here, to be real with you. If I were to try to date again, I don't know what I would do, to be completely honest. I think after experiencing, let's say, dating in Eastern Europe and America, I would just save money, go visit Europe and do that. That's it. Yeah.
Punchline. What looks like millions of independent groups is often one big funding pipeline. An OECD report in 2021 notes that 10 major foundations account for 97% of cross-border philanthropic giving to gender equality in developing countries. And there are 1.8 million NGOs in the US, yet private funding is concentrated among fewer than 100 major foundations and corporations. The top 10 to 20 are especially dominant, and we'll go over their ideology and why they have so much in common in a bit. It's much darker than you think. The next step is for media to seal it and to package it and to make it normalized. And this is the part people really underestimate because they think that movies and ads are just entertainment.
That's right, you sad excuse of a man. You've been rendered completely helpless by a woman.
But I do wonder, as a third-wave feminist, if it's even possible for women to reclaim their sexuality in this deeply entrenched patriarchal society.
It's everywhere. It's in televisions, TV shows, movies, everything, and even in the music. You can't escape it. It's crazy because even in my own life, like I will catch my wife watching like a K-drama and just looking at how sensitive the men in those movies are and how they go through so much effort and everything for the women that they're trying to pursue and stuff. It's just like honeymoon stage shows over and over again, and it's always the same thing. And I always ask her, I was like, gosh, why do you watch that stuff? It really is. I mean, I get it that you enjoy the whole romance rom-com type media, whatever, but in a way it's kind of brainwashing you in terms of that's the way men should be, when it's like, for one, I'm not a Korean man living out in South Korea and stuff like this. You're not. I'm an American, like you're not going to get that type of sentiment from me. It's just going to be completely different. But I just hope that it doesn't like change her view and like have these weird expectations that I'm just like, look, I will never be the guys that you see in movies. I can only be myself, and that is what you signed up for before you started watching all of this stuff. And it's the thing that we don't have an issue right now, but I just think that if she keeps watching this stuff, and then she's going to start expecting me to like kind of take on these same type of things that she sees in movies, I'm like, well, you're in for a rude awakening. It's not like that at all.
Take the word semester, okay? This is a perfect example of this school's discriminatory preference of semen to ovaries. That's why I'm petitioning to have next term be referred to as the winter ovester.
Common Sense Media's Watching Gender Review flat out summarizes decades of research and argues that kids' TV and movies do in fact shape beliefs about how boys and girls should behave. So it's clear, media does shape the way we think about ourselves. So what stories did we feed an entire generation? Brave in 2012. Tradition and marriage framed as the cage to escape. Father is lovable but ineffective and quite pathetic. Authority becomes a joke, something that's negotiable and can be argued with. Tangled in 2010 and Moana in 2016. That she doesn't need a man art goes mainstream.
This is why I've missed a lot of these newer Disney movies, because for one, this doesn't interest me anymore, and then two, like all of this type of agenda that's in these movies, like feminism, you know, like all this stuff, I just completely bypass all of it because I'm not interested in it, you know?
Romance gets minimized or removed. Heroism becomes personal destiny and self-definition.
You are not my hero.
Then corporate advertising pours gasoline on it. Gillette literally reruns its legacy slogan, the best a man can get, as a lecture on toxic masculinity.
Yeah, the Gillette one was actually the craziest shit ever. So women are getting empowerment videos, propaganda telling them that they're better than men. They could do anything a man can do. Don't have kids. Don't get married. Chase a career. And then men are getting the opposite. They're telling men that there's a problem with you from a shaving brand. Ellis, I don't know how many of you still purchase Gillette or how much, you know, Gillette has taken a hit considering pissing off most of their base, right? So the messaging men are getting is that you're the problem. There's issues with you and all this other shit. And then they're like, what is happening with the birth control or the population crash that we're about to experience? Why is nobody giving birth to babies anymore?
I mean, you're telling women to be independent. You're telling men that men need to improve and you know, women are too good for men. So it's like, I don't know, man. It just seems like there's that's kind of the imbalance that you're kind of feeding both men and women. So now, yeah, nobody wants to get together. Nobody wants to try. Nobody wants to buck the trend. Everybody just wants to kind of go along with whatever is being fed to them. So that's why it's kind of like that. Teen Toast Ghost came back and was like, I need to make a video about why Gillette commercial is full of it. I only heard a little bits and pieces of it and stuff, but I don't know who pitched him the idea to basically make men like the bad guys in the whole situation when that's like your entire customer base. Kind of seems like it was doomed from the start in terms of a marketing strategy.
I don't know. I wonder, bro, what kind of messaging you guys have been pushing. And then what, are you going to come around and offer the solutions? You're going to make us all use bots and shit. So it's like pull people apart, make them hate one another. And then what, come in and offer the solution? Here's your little bot.
With the now famous
here's your robot girlfriend and boyfriend.
Didn't we talk about this? That's kind of where it's going, you know, like women, they kind of already had their mechanical boyfriend with their, you know, dildos and their nightstands and stuff, and then you got men who are going the extra mile, making these full-on female robots, you know, to basically be their little sex slaves. And I mean, eventually it's going to be so normalized and so commercialized that anybody can choose to not be in an actual human relationship and just being a self-fulfilling relationship. It's going to be the wave of the future. Whether you want to buy into it or not, you have the option.
Campaign and backs it with,
you know, that's I think I get what here's what's happening. You get men and women to hate each other. In a few years, your little Optimus robot boyfriend, girlfriend comes in. They've already figured out a way to have babies without women. What you're going to do now is create a future where men and women are no longer together, but they will all buy robots for boyfriends and girlfriends. Robots cost money. Having a girlfriend is free. And a boyfriend is free in that sense. You don't need to purchase a thing outright. And then you don't need to purchase whatever that technology is to have a baby. A little, what is one of those, like, what do they call them? Those custom, like, gene modified babies?
Test tube babies? Is that what he's talking about?
CRISPR babies. So you don't need to pay for a CRISPR baby. You just have sex the old way and you pop a kid out the old way. That's considered free in this capitalist, like, tyrannical society that we're in. Imagine in the future, right? It's like some cyberpunk crazy shit where men and women have robot boyfriends, and then you pay for procedures, right? Some CRISPR baby, and that's how you have a family with your bot boyfriend or girlfriend. Oh, wow. They're just going to make money off of the most foundational, fundamental human experience.
Yeah, you have a little fight. All you got to do is unplug them, right? Turn them off or mute them, you know? Put them in shutdown mode for about 12 hours, have a little bit of freedom, and then when you're ready to come back to pick up the pieces of the relationship, you plug them back in, you switch them back on, you connect them back to the internet.
Having a partner and kids. It's coming. It's done. I know someone's already thinking of that. You heard it. You heard it here. That's going to become the new stand. Yeah, Gattaca. Gattaca meets Blade Runner. That's a good one. Yep.
The $1 million per year for 3 years donation commitment. That's not a neutral cultural moment. That's capital and institutions rewarding one direction of manhood and punishing the other. And it doesn't stop at one brand. There are coordinated transnational efforts to standardize good messaging across advertising and media.
The transition from the industrial to the intelligent age is occurring at an exponential pace.
But what does this mean for our mindsets? Do we in fact need to reset our mindsets for this future, a very different future, because maybe what we've learned so far isn't going to be so useful?
We are missing in our society two fundamental pillars. It's truth and it's trust.
The UN Women's Unstereotype Alliance explicitly targets all media and advertising content, and UN Women reported global memberships around 240 companies with 12 national chapters. Now zoom out and connect it to propaganda mechanics, because this isn't new, and we don't have to look any further than Edward Bernays.
Of course.
Most people listening know who Sigmund Freud was, but for purposes of this discussion, who was he?
For this discussion, he was Eddie Bernays' uncle. He was the man who told him exactly how to understand human psychology and how to use it. And while Freud was using psychology to try to basically free people from their emotional bonds, his nephew took a different lesson from it. He used psychology and an understanding of why people behave the way they do to help tie them to his clients, be they companies or politicians.
The godfather of modern PR, where basically every modern corporation utilizes his principles, and he explains to us that, quote, women are just as subject to the commands of invisible government as are men, and then immediately describes how industry can create demand by persuading a popular actress, pushing the idea through media, and reorganizing supply to meet it. The plain English is this: if you can route social instincts through women's tastes and status cues, you can rewire the whole household, because women were wired to become the sexual gatekeepers, and if men want sex, they're going to have to behave. And the woman's idea of behavior is exactly what society has programmed her to believe. That's how they control the household.
And I found that ideas were weapons and were even more effective than bullets.
So when girls grow up with traditional masculinity being pathologized, mocked, and retrained, what do you think they'll select for when it's time for them to get married? They'll select for the safe man, agreeable, emotionally fluent.
In this case, isn't it the end of a country, a nation, democracy? If it means that you could propagandize women like this and weaponize an idea, and women are most susceptible, then once you institute something like universal suffrage, it is the beginning of the end of your country. No, that's essentially the end of democracy as you know it, because it no longer matters. Voting no longer matters because you've captured mentally a huge swath of the population, half at least, and then you're able to sway elections. Wow. You need to be informed.
Might be the reason why, the red pill, at least, some figures in the red pill are saying that women shouldn't vote, because they realize that women are half of the majority, and they can, as long as you can capture their ideas and play to them, that, yeah, you could convince them to change entire dynamics of a country and the way things are run. So yeah, it's funny when you look at it from that situation. Teen Toes of Ghost came back. He says, I guess YouTube didn't like my comment. Which comment? I guess I didn't see it. All I saw was the one about Gillette. So
for democracy to work, correct? Isn't this the opposite of being informed? Just saying.
Feminine, non-confrontational, who won't challenge, won't correct, and won't impose limits.
I don't think a woman wants a feminine man. You know, maybe some do, but I don't think majority of women want a feminine man. I think still a man that is strong, able-bodied, confident, you know, knows what he's doing, knows what he wants. I think that goes a lot further than a man that's just sensitive and, I don't know, maybe emotional intelligence. I think emotional intelligence is something everybody has at some point, you know, in some degree, but is more decisive and less deferring to the woman in terms of like letting her control everything. I don't think women want that, you know. Maybe there's some, or maybe there's a percentage, but I wouldn't say it's the greater majority.
Because that's how their father was, that's how their grandfather was, that's how everybody they knew was. And women always look up to the men in their life for examples. And that's how you end up with a generation of women that demand provider outcomes while being trained to distrust the traits required to produce them. One of the most jarring examples of the shift is recorded in our media outcomes. In the 1980s, actors like Mel Gibson, Sean Connery, Tom Cruise, Richard Gere, and Brad Pitt were ranked as the most attractive men by young women. They all happen to be traditionally masculine men with rugged and unkempt looks, playing action star roles heavily associated with leadership, danger, and risk-taking. Fast forward to 2025, where females were asked to pick who the most attractive men are. Guys like Pedro Pascal, Timothée Chalamet, and the current
What kind of shit is this in the middle? Oh my god.
Sexiest man alive.
We can't forget Harry Styles too. That man with the man in the dress, for some reason, man, he captured a bunch of women for some reason. I don't know what the whole appeal was about Harry Styles.
Jonathan Bailey, who made history as the first openly Skittles recipient of the title. So get this. The most attractive man, according to women in 2025, is Skittles. Someone who isn't even attracted to women. Let that sink in. And it gets even worse when you look.
Women want what they can't have. That just goes back to, like, you know, they want what they can't have and they can't help it, you know? And that's probably the reason why a lot of women have a lot of gay friends, because they probably want to be the one to try to turn them, maybe, you know? Or maybe that's the only one that gets them. I don't know.
Look at the characters they portray.
And then we're going to have you introduce yourself.
Let's see your nails first.
Oh, yes, of course.
They're very nice. Yeah, they're very beautiful. You're welcome.
Pedro Pascal has even taken on the title of Daddy of the Internet, which is a title he happily accepts.
Daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, he turned out to be such a freaking weirdo.
Yeah, that's
weird. He was
weird.
So cool in Game of Thrones, and then what the hell happened? Like how Hollywood broke his ass or something.
He got too popular. He was part of everything. He was in Last of Us. He was in a bunch of movies, whatever. Wasn't he the Fantastic Four, like the leader of the Fantastic Four as well? Like he was just like the go-to for everything. They had him cast in everything, and now he's just like this weird dude on the internet, man. Internet daddy, that's kind of weird.
Daddy.
And women are depicted as going crazy for him. Female Reddit commenters answer the question of what makes him so attractive, citing reasons like his openness and that he feels safe.
I want people to be safe and to be protected, and I want very much to live on the right side of history.
Now, these are just a handful of examples among thousands, but what it tells us is simple. You're not watching preferences evolve in a vacuum. You're watching a manufactured incentive structure.
Sibling. He has a trans sibling? That makes perfect sense then.
The dating market is just downstream from it. Here's where it gets truly relentless, and we see these preferences getting baked into real-life consequences, because this isn't just messaging. Recently, in British Columbia, a father who opposed his child's gender transition and repeatedly violated court orders and a public...
That's another thing I didn't like about Europe, by the way. That whole, you know... How much rights do you have of your child? The state is very oppressive in Europe, raising a family there. I don't like that. They don't leave you alone.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think as long as the children's still under your roof, you know, and under your authority, I think you should have a say in what they do until they move out of your house and supporting themselves. When they're truly adults and on their own, I think that's fine if they want to do their own thing. But until they're under your care and under your roof, they need to abide by your rules. And, you know, if Europe isn't willing to get on the program with that, and they're like, no, these kids have their own rights. They're their own individuals. I'm like, well, fine. They can move out and get their own job in their own place, man. Because this is like, no, dude. It's like, where's the control in being a parent, man? It's like, you want to safeguard your children from their bad decisions and try to guide them in the right way. And unfortunately, government wants to kind of step in every once in a while and try to dictate terms that completely go against family core values. And I'm not for it, man. I'm not for it at all.
Then something as simple as homeschooling your kids in Europe is a complete nightmare. The state wants your kids put in public school. That's another big plus for the United States. None of that shit matters. You want to homeschool your kids, you will. Nobody can tell you shit.
Ban was sentenced to jail for contempt. The child, at the time 14 years old, wanted to...
I didn't mean it like that, but yeah, double entendre right there. Somebody said Hollywood broke his ass. I didn't mean literally, but it might be.
undergo hormone treatment at the suggestion of their medical team at the BC Children's Hospital Gender Clinic. The mother supported her son's decision, but the father objected and sought an injunction to prevent the treatment. The BC Court of Appeal ultimately granted the child the right to consent to certain treatments on their own behalf, so long as they were able to understand the repercussions. At 14 years old, a large focus...
Nope, that's still not old enough, And, I do think, once I think like age 15 in the United States, you can start working and, start making your own money and stuff like that. You still have very little responsibilities. Maybe you have a phone bill, but that's about it. You might pay for your own gas with your money that you make from your job, but everything else is taken care of. So yeah, I think until you finally move out and have your own thing going, you really can't be making these life-changing decisions in terms of like a gender reassignment surgery. I think that has to come a lot later in your life, not while you're under your parents' roof. Your parents are still, I believe, responsible for you, and it makes sense that they would want to keep you from making rash decisions that you're probably going to end up regretting anyway. Because isn't there a pretty high percentage of people that get sex changes and they regret it down the line, and they end up doing things worse, taking their own life for their bad decisions, it never works out.
On the court's decision also applied to the father's conduct. The father had been publicly vocal about his objections.
Someone asked me how tall I am. I'm 5'2", bro.
To his son's attempts at transitioning, and repeatedly, quote, misgendered his son in doing so. The behavior had led the mother to seek a declaration that the father's actions constituted family violence, which would have enabled her to obtain a protection order against him. Instead, the appeals court chose to issue a conduct order against the father, limiting his ability to speak about his child publicly. Further, the father was ordered to refer to his son by the child's preferred pronouns and name. The signal to every other parent is obvious. Step outside the script publicly, and not only will you be shamed.
And this is why Republicans won with such a massive coalition. Shout out Legion of Doors. Unfortunately, because this coalition is failing to do what it was voted in to do, we might be going back into this nut job era, and it might rubber band back even harder into the woke shit. I know it seems like woke, got defeated after Trump won office. I'm telling you, it just got driven underground. It's not defeated. They're regrouping, and the counterattack is coming.
Yeah, when Trump is out of office, I think it's going to come back in full force. You can kind of already see it a little bit. There's a little bit, just people already talking about what the government's going to be like once Trump is out of office, and how things are probably going to swing back the other way. And it could potentially be worse than it was before.
And cancel culture and my pronouns and it's ma'am. It's all going to come back. It was never defeated. No, you think this government did something to defeat that shit? Nothing. Bro, the next couple of years are going to be very telling.
By the system, but you can lose everything. The same tactics of the reign of terror. Fright.
The whole pronoun thing, to me, is something that can be easily avoidable as long as you know the person's name. You don't have to call them by the pronouns, just call them by their name, and then you're in there. You don't have to worry about like people like misconstruing what you're saying. And like, dude, you just call them by your name and that's it. That's it.
Might take a real-life example of this fear made manifest, and even worse, it's in the traditional Christian sphere. The Hillary Crowder story illustrates this perfectly. She was marketed as the ideal trad wife in a high-profile Christian conservative marriage to Steven Crowder, a vocal advocate of traditional roles, no-fault divorce reform, and lifelong marital commitment. Yet Hillary filed for divorce in late 2021, with Steven announcing it publicly in April 2023, claiming it wasn't his choice and lamenting the no-fault laws that allowed her unilateral decision.
Well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since
I'm such a huge fan of Steven Crowder. This is the one episode that when I covered, I got fucked that one up completely. And freely admit it. Of all the dudes who had those weird marriages, like that dude that wrote those cuck letters with a huge beard, and that other guy living with a single mother and all that shit. I'm a big fan of Crowder. Super consistent, and his was the only one I just completely missed it because of that one video clip of them arguing in the backyard. He didn't argue it his best way, but yeah.
2021.
He got big time.
I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, no, this was not my choice.
Yet she took everything public. Leaked Ring camera footage from a 2021 argument showed Steven being a little mean to her over wifely duties, which quickly got Steven labeled as an abuser, with TradCon influencers like Candace Owens rushing to give his ex-wife a platform.
And the video essentially reveals just how emotionally abusive he has been.
So people,
this is why you can't have your business on the internet, man, because everybody else is going to jump on it and start taking sides, and it just, I don't know. Steven Crowder being a public figure, that's probably the worst thing that could have ever happened. It's unfortunate.
Very careful with this one. I know a lot of you are fans, which blows me away. All right, from the time traveling to the ghosts to the dreams and shit. I don't know how the fuck man that's logically minded watches this show, but okay, dude, you like to consume some slop, I guess. W time travelers in the chat. Yeah, and trap doors and palm pistols and shit, and people haven't woken up to this retarded propaganda, but okay.
Platform.
And the video.
Yeah, Candace Owens has kind of gone off on a little bit of a deep end in terms of her. Well, a lot of bit of a deep end. Sorry, let me change that. In terms of her theories with Charlie Kirk and a lot of just her most recent topics and stuff I don't really want to cover too much on this channel because to me it is kind of off in the deep end, and maybe give it a little bit of time, if there's nothing else to talk about. But as of right now, I'm just trying to steer clear of it because it's too wacky for me.
Video essentially reveals just how emotionally abusive he has been.
If you watch the actual video, it's obviously not perfect, but I think people have had worse fights. Now, the contradictions are hilarious. These women's self-awareness levels are basically at zero. A notable recent example, in July 2025, she posted that the most alpha thing a man can do is marry and be faithful to a good woman for the entirety of his life, and to be willing to storm the gates of hell to stay married to her. This embodies the reality of covert Christian feminism. It blends traditional values were convenient with modern feminist tools like no-fault divorce, public shaming, and alliance with critics. On the other hand, men are held to an absolute standard. No excuses, no exit, fully committed, and no chance of walking away, while the woman who walks away retains moral authority to redefine true manhood and good Christian wifehood.
And I'm telling you, with the advent of the internet, and young men are really in tune with manosphere, red pill relationships and all this bullshit, you're seeing that these guys couldn't make it. You're getting things I've seen them in the comments all the time. Tom Brady couldn't keep his woman. If XYZ can't keep his woman, there's no hope for me. You're trying to get men to be excited about marriage, young men especially, and they're looking around at what looks like the GOATs, legends in society, dudes that have it all. By every metric a man, is looking at and comparing himself to, these guys are maxed out in stats, still getting wrecked, still getting divorced, shit still not working out.
Well, you can't compare yourself to anybody else, man. You got to just live your own life on your own terms and just keep your relationship. Don't try to keep up with the Joneses, try to compare yourself to them. This person, they're taking this person out to this far inland, or this person got this person a car for their birthday. It's if you just completely separate yourself from this whole social media, penis lengthening contest, pissing contest that everybody's trying to get into, and just live life on your own terms and try to kind of unplug from that, and try to keep your relationship offline, I think you'll be a lot happier. It's just when you start posting stuff online and people can have a say-so in it and they can have a opinion about it, that's where you kind of open yourself up for criticism. It's like, just don't look at it like that. Keep your relationship your own, keep it private offline, and I think you'll be a lot happier for it.
And what are the young dudes supposed to do in this kind of environment? Like, they're learning, bro.
And that's the good and the bad. I need to specify, like, if you're having a great marriage and it's just great, happy, lucky rainbows, whatever, that's great, whatever. But when it gets bad, people like to post when things are bad. You got to do the same. You got to keep the same energy when you're good. You don't want to post when it's good. Don't post when it's bad either, because it's like, that is y'all's business. And, that's kind of the thing about social media, is that everybody's in everybody's business. So it would be wise to just keep all of it offline.
This is why a lot of guys are swearing off marriage and taking women seriously, period, forever. Yeah. I don't blame them. Look, I had to go overseas for mine. It had to happen that way. There's just no way. Like, I don't know. It's society is way too toxic to take marriage and relationships and the vows of marriage seriously anyways in society today. It's a fucking joke. The vows mean nothing. There's no point in involving yourself in that contract with a modern American woman.
Excuses are made for her. Alleged abuse, allegations, reasons, personal unhappiness, but men's commitment still non-negotiable. We ought to storm the gates. That's the pattern. Selective traditionalism plus modern tools. No fault exit, public shaming, and moral authority after walking away. So by the time we're talking about dating and marriage, you're not dealing with preferences. You're dealing with formation. And don't worry, the next generation of Hillary Crowders is brewing. All you have to do is scroll a Christian dating app as a man to find the glaring lack of marriageable women. You'll find profiles labeled as, quote, very conservative, and quote, weekly mass attendee, paired with photos indistinguishable from mainstream Instagram hoe culture. Bios full of lines like, quote, my love language is physical touch. These are really weird standards to have as a traditional Catholic. But instead of recognizing that traditionally masculine men actually want traditionally feminine women, these same women go online to complain about it. Where are the girls finding good Catholic guys? And one responds, for real, girl, the one practicing Catholic man I know has, quote, take the red pill as their Instagram bio. Bro, exactly. A lot of Catholic guys I see online are those types of guys, which is so repulsive. And since I highly doubt that these Catholic red pillars in question are vocal advocates of polygamy and sexual degeneracy, as those are contrary to core Catholic dogmas, it's safe to assume that what these women are critiquing as the red pill is really men who demand submission, femininity, and traditional values, which are actually core Christian values. They won't.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that men demand anything is just a red flag and a turnoff to most women. They're like, look, there's really nothing that needs to be changed on my end. If anything, you need to conform and reinstitute your life towards me and make sure that, you're on point and that you're making the amount of money and you're healthy. You got the six pack and, you got the nice car and the nice career and you give me the weekly allowance and stuff. And it's just like, you don't have to take that. You don't have to, I mean, sometimes you got to just be able to walk away from a really hot woman that has all these crazy demands, just be able to walk away and be like, look, there's so much more out there that is not going to give me a headache like that. It's like, just avoid the headache if you can. It's easy.
Don't admit that they just don't like Christianity. The same thread later vindicates our suspicion. Quote, Catholic men are too rigid about gender roles. They don't want their wife to have a career or travel. It's easier to date Protestants than Catholics. Others add, directing them at men, be careful that you're not looking to be served. Quote, men need to cook, clean, and change diapers.
Oh my Lord.
Household chores aren't masculine or feminine. So one thing is clear. The octopus of Marxist thought has spread its tentacles to all of the corners of society, even the most traditional. Now, at this point, you're wondering, who benefits from all of this? Why do these global elites, NGOs, think tanks spend so much resource and so much money on changing women's worldviews, and specifically white, Caucasian, ethnographic European women? To understand this better,
Money. If he doesn't say because Europeans technically want more, demand more, higher standards of living, are hardest to get to spend money on garbage and manipulate, and they're the only ones that would tear down the very system that the elites have instituted for power, I'm going to lose my shit, because that's exactly what it is.
I mean, they are the easier ones to sell to and manipulate, so it kind of makes sense, you know, from a business standpoint to market women to be independent, because if you create two people in the house that are working hard to buy products and, you know, services and stuff like that, then yeah, you're making more profits, you know? So yeah, it just seems like money is the driving force to all of this.
You destroy the civilization builders, and then you usher in a new world of slaves that will never be able to stand up for their own freedom. All right,
we need to go back in time, before World War II, before World War I, and actually before the 20th century entirely, because when the socialists and sexual revolution declared war on the family, it said that the end goal was to replace the father with the state, to monopolize power and to maintain a tight grip on society. George Bernard Shaw, the founder of the Fabian Society, one of the most influential socialist groups that has influenced geopolitical entities such as the World Economic Forum, the London School of Economics, tells us the plan himself. Quote, "The only fundamental and possible socialism is the socialization of the selective breeding of man." End quote. If we desire a certain type of civilization and culture, we must exterminate the sort of people who do not fit into it.
There are an extraordinary number of people whom I want to kill, and
what the bro? Early life check on this one? Yay or nay? Just tell me that in the chat. Yes or no?
It seemed like he was really speaking his mind on this one, and in terms of, you know, people that are not worthy of, you know, I guess carrying on the human race. It just seemed like, you know, it's. I think everybody has their role, you know, unfortunately, and that's kind of like the way of the world right now. You can't really say that, hey, since you can't produce children in this relationship that you're in, you deserve to be exterminated. Unfortunately, that's not really the case. You know, you got plenty of same-sex couples that are adopting children, that are taking care of children that are being left behind by straight couples. So I think in a way it kind of all balances out.
GG6JZ sent $10. I cannot believe the quantity of men within spaces like ours that consume fake content from female creators, women that preach our values but do the opposite in front of their faces simultaneously.
Yeah. Thanks for the 10, brother. It's, we're running out of good men.
I think it would be a good thing to make everybody come before a properly appointed board, just that he might come before the income tax commissioners and say...
So yes? So yeah, some chat saying yes. Is that confirmed? Is that confirmed? Yes? Yes? Okay.
Every 5 years or every 7 years.
What are the
Put
odds?
him there and say, "Sir or madam, now will you be kind enough to justify your existence?" If you
justify your existence, wow. You come before a board member, a bunch of board members actually, that get to decide whether, you know, your life is worth anything, you know, or worth carrying on. And I don't know, being part of society, it just seems like, I don't know, it's not kind of world I want to live in.
You can't justify your existence if you're not pulling your weight in the social boat, if you're not producing as much as you consume, or perhaps a little more, then we cannot use the big organization of our society for the purpose of keeping you alive, because your life does not benefit us, and it can't be of very much use to you.
That was the mantra and goal of the sexual revolution. And if you want an entire comprehensive video on the sexual revolution, go and watch The Biggest Lie We Ever Bought. That video goes into it in full detail. But the incentives are clear. Dissolve the family as a unit, gain influence over an entire nation, and exterminate by force, or by replacement, those who do not want to go along with the plan. H.G. Wells, another...
Sounds like today's world with leftists, right? Exterminate anybody that doesn't go along with the plan. Almost like the communists didn't actually lose. Isn't that crazy?
adopter of Fabian socialism and prominent global thinker who openly called for the replacement of the private family with the state family, repeatedly emphasized that the future world order would require populations capable of collective obedience and resistance to individualistic fragmentation. And this wouldn't happen overnight. Although groups like the Fabians aligned closely with many Marxist dogmas like the idea that capitalism is a world system and that the general socialist movement
Someone says Sadia Khan was the perfect example. Yes, that shit was crazy. Called herself a psychologist, wasn't one.
Yeah, she had like Photoshop documents of her like credentials and stuff, which I'm like, dude, if you really wanted to have good looking credentials, man, just hire somebody off of Fiverr that has the design skill to actually make all that stuff into like a vector image. That way it actually looks correct and there's no like pixelation around certain images. It's like you didn't want to spend $5 on Fiverr, man, to get it done professionally, and you made it, and you got exposed by Abin Frieach of all people.
Give women advice she was not following. Literal side piece, literal scamming going on. So, and I don't know, she like disappeared off the face of the earth after all that shit and
Yeah, she lost all of her credibility overnight. Cheetos with Ghost came back. He says, read The Giver, then think about how to apply this across the world. The Giver. I might have to check that one out.
Ended up doubling down on all the scamming and all that. Don't know what happened to her. I have no idea. Unreal.
Is international and aims at overthrowing bourgeois rule everywhere, Fabians were not a monolith. However, the most influential among them were pro-international governance, an imperial/international planning instinct, technocratic management, elite coordination, and later support for international bodies and world order thinking. While Wells criticized all religions doctrinally, he consistently framed Islamic societies as socially cohesive, in contrast to what he saw as the degeneracy and fragmentation of Christian Europe. His problem was never...
Why did Christian Europe degenerate and fragment? What is mass migration? What is population replacement? What is diversity? What is multiculturalism? You mean if you allowed Europe, if Europe had closed borders and enforced its culture, its society, its homogeneity, do you think Europe would be having these issues? They're like, bro, we like that Islam. They're so together. I wonder why. The shared identity, the shared religion, the shared customs, the shit Europe used to have until diversity is strength got pushed down our throats.
Islam's authority.
Yeah, but what's the other extreme of that? You have countries that are completely homogenous like Japan, and you can see that they have their own sorts of problems. I mean, the women aren't even getting with the men over there. A lot of them are still, cripplingly single. They have their own conveniences and stuff in order to kind of be, to even exist in the type of world where men and women aren't getting together. And it's not any better. So, I mean, the alternative is not any better than what is proposed out there. So, it just seems like there really is no solution, whether to have open borders or to have closed borders. You can still run into the same issues in terms of men and women not getting together in a traditional sense and just kind of going their own way and staying independent from one another.
It was who controlled it. To him, the Christian reliance on bishops and the papacy made it impossible to subvert the patriarchy. However, he saw the institutions of Islam as easily subvertible. George Bernard Shaw famously quotes, "I have always held the religion of Mohammed in the highest estimation because of its wonderful vitality. It's the only religion which appears to me to possess that assimilating capacity to the changing phase of existence, which can make itself appeal to every age." He wasn't praising Islam for being true, but for being easily hijackable and socially engineerable, for being able to be used for its, quote, wonderful vitality and outbreeding the true enemy, which was always the Christian patriarchy.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Of course.
That's why when we see the most progressive and socialist-leaning governments in the world bringing in mass migration from Islamic-dominant regions, they never have a problem with their form of patriarchy, their legal enforcement of women's modesty, silence, and obedience.
It's got to be about kindness. We've got to care for each other. We're all humans living on the same rock.
Bro, again, Again, yay or nay? This is giving me yay vibes right now.
They never label these cultures as promoting incel toxic masculinity. In fact, they often praise it and encourage it. On April 10th, 2024, the Prime Minister's official aid statement praised the many contributions of Canada.
Yeah, Western Europe's falling. It's a wrap.
That's unfortunate, man. I shout out to the Legion of Men. I haven't really ever seen this guy, but
so where do we stand?
It just seems like the majority thought process of it is that, yeah, modern women are moving away from traditional relationships, and men that are growing up with this traditional mindset, basically to become stoic, to become hardworking, to be a provider type male, they're realizing that they don't want to be with a woman who is putting herself on the internet, someone that is independent from them, someone who doesn't actually need them in the relationship. It's just it's two negatives that are repelling one another, and there's no clear way out of it, unfortunately. Machiavelli, welcome to the stream, sir. Hey, Camp, can we hate on Fresh the Goomba for a little bit? Sure. I mean, I'm sure we can. Let's see. Khalil Zween. Does he have his channel back? Let's see. Has he made a video? This is only from a month ago, dude. He hasn't made a video of Fresh in a long time. Fresh is too scared to check disrespectful women. Let's check this one out. Let's lighten the mood a little bit.
Do you know the lighter? Did you know the
Let's start from the beginning.
lighter?
He's already doing the impression already.
The statements and content included in this video are jokes and for satirical entertainment purposes only. They should not be taken literally and do not reflect the actual beliefs or personal views of those depicted or involved with this production.
It's one of the most goated intros I've ever heard, man. And having Myron's voice doing that is such a genius move, man.
Think about this, right? So, guys, today we got Walter the Goomba and Chris Hennessy hosting a Fresh and Fit podcast. Now, you guys already know about.
God, that's the worst combination, dude. Fresh and Henny. I mean, I think what did I propose? I proposed replacing Fresh with Chris, and we saw that wasn't too bad. You know, it wasn't too bad. But when you replace Myron with Fresh and then Fresh with Chris, I don't know, man. That might not be too good because it's just two idiots talking. You got to have at least one person who is a little bit competent and have another idiot to kind of counterbalance that. When you have two idiots, it's not good.
Fresh is stuttering. He suffers from a severe stutter. But I don't know if you guys know about Chris Hennessy's stutter. He stutters worse than Fresh. Yes, he does. I can't believe I'm actually saying this because...
David, welcome to the stream, sir. Hey, Camp. Good to see you, man. That been sold. Think about this. That been said. Think about this. Yeah, man. It's... God. I know I said a long time ago that I would have made a fresh button, put it on my stream deck, but I'm just nah, man. I really don't want to do that. I want to give this guy any more airtime that he already has.
I love to make fun of Fresh's stutter. Think about this. I don't stutter ultimately, but Chris stutters worse, way worse than Fresh. So this podcast is basically called...
Well, Chris is also a drunk, okay? So, I mean, when Chris gets on the sauce, he gets a little ambitious, I will say, and he likes to kind of regurgitate Myron's talking points without him being there to kind of correct him, and he kind of goes off on weird tangents, and he butchers all of it completely. And yeah, I mean, it's because of alcohol. If he didn't drink, I think he'd be all right.
The Stutter and Stutter podcast, not the Fresh and Fit podcast. So today we're watching Chris Hennessy and Fresh arguing with this girl. Listen, guys, I'm not no white knight. I would never be a white knight. But if a girl is arguing with Walter the Goomba, I gotta take her side. I'm taking her side. She is right. Fresh is always wrong. I don't care if he's in the right. Fresh will always be wrong.
Okay.
I mean,
That's the truth.
If someone's overweight,
yeah, and you gotta
that's the truth.
Point it out.
The truth
for
hurts.
What? For what?
Point out for what?
Yeah, pointing out for
She's
what?
big.
Well, heart disease is literally the #1 killer in America.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
You want us to lay to her?
What?
You want us to lay to her?
Later.
what?
Lie.
Lie to her?
Lie.
Oh, lie to her.
Lie to her?
I thought you said like a later. Like he's asking
I
you.
still don't understand what he's saying ever, dude. You want us to lie to, because he says it all in one word. So he's saying, well, you want us to lie to her. You're like, do you want to lie to her? Like, do you want a lighter? Do you want a lighter? Like, what?
Want us to say like, oh, you're skinny. Like, do you?
Think about this on some level. Do you know the lighter? Did you know the lighter? No, lighter. Man, this guy, what is he saying?
It's like, just
I
slow
thought
down,
he said
man.
lighter.
If you're only gonna like say 3 or 4 words, breathe, you know, and say it. You don't have to spit it out so fast, because it's just like, that's why people don't understand you ever, dude. Because your mouth goes faster than your brain. I mean, your brain is going at like 2.5 speed.
Like lighter in British accent.
She just paid attention to mother. I mean, listen, you are a model, right? I'm sure, like, people who talk to you say, listen, you're too skinny, you're too fat, or whatever. Like, they'll tell you the truth. So, like, what is the difference? You know what I'm saying? Like, she's higher end than you are, and she's telling the truth.
I don't like none of y'all.
She actually agree with what we're saying, and you're still defending the fact that, you know what I'm saying? So she actually agrees.
What kind of men I don't like. I don't like y'all. Like,
no, it's fine. Like, hate us all you want to, but the truth is still the truth.
I'm saying my truth too. You saying your truth, I'm saying
no,
my
but
truth.
she's saying her truth, which is the truth, and you're crying about it.
Okay, worry about your weight. Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say I'm fat. I need to lose weight.
Okay, when you have a problem, the same problem, or even worse problem in your head that I can't fucking see from here.
What are you saying right now?
Nothing.
For fucking Georgia, and she's still a
God.
narcissist.
Yeah.
It's a global issue.
You caught me.
It's a global issue.
God, I haven't seen this show in so long, dude. Like, it's a thing, like nothing has evolved. It's like they're all still kind of just disregarding anything that's being said, not really taking it in, just be like, this is a stupid woman. And, you know, even the women that are on there aren't really bringing too much points to the whole matter. Just, I don't know, man. It's like, I can't believe people are still watching this like on a regular basis, dude.
Oh my God.
Okay, with women in today's day and
They're
age.
watching it purely for the women. That's it. Like, just guys that can't get girls, they're just watching it for the women. That's it.
You got
Look, she's still staring at herself. It's fucking crazy.
Still get a shot?
Yeah.
It's literally crazy. And the crazy part is like, dude, you are very mid.
Smart.
You are very fucking mid, and you're behaving like this. I could
Imagine, Decoder says, imagine watching this in 2026 for dating advice, bro. It's, you know, that's the thing, man. There's a lot of guys that don't have fathers, that don't have older brothers, that don't have any true male figure in their life and stuff. So they have to turn to the internet, and they think Myron is just like this slayer of all women and stuff. And, you know, Fresh is like the co-host of the Slayer of all women. And it's just like, dude, these guys are obviously phonies, man. It's like, Myron is an incel that likes to just stay inside all day and rage bait online. Fresh is a trick. He'll just pay for it, whatever. So there's no real credibility that these guys have in terms of dating advice. It's just like, yeah, one will pay for it and one will demonize it. So it's just like, I don't know how you get any value out of that.
only imagine if you were
It's like
actually
I'm not made, just like
That'd be
sad.
no,
I'm like looking at y'all. It's
You're
like,
mid.
Like, am I mid?
Machiavelli came back. He says, After Hours is done in case it's unwatchable. It totally is unwatchable at this point, dude. Like, the only thing that I watch of After Hours is when it's clips on Reddit. That's the only time. And even then, I'm just like, I'm not really seeing anything of substance lately. And I honestly think that, you know, it's run its course. You know, I've, you know how, like, you know, you grow up watching like cartoons and stuff like that, and then you get older and you just stop watching it because you kind of outgrew it. I can't even watch this anymore because it's just, it literally is the same thing. And I can't believe that these guys have not like evolved into anything, of any type of help. You know, it's just the same formula over and over again. And, it's funny to me that they were begging to get remonetized after Myron had just said, like, you know, screw YouTube, we're staying on Rumble and Kick and all this stuff. And then, you know, they've quit like twice on YouTube. And Myron said, he's like, look, I'm not going to post any more videos on YouTube. I'm going to probably go just like Rumble and Kick only. And now they're coming back to double back to try to beg to get remonetized, and they're trying to shed light on how much money they lost out of and stuff. I'm like, well, I mean, look, you did it to yourself, man. You try to push the envelope and you pushed it too far.
Like
you're a very average looking woman.
Yeah, average.
Thank you.
You're an average looking woman, and we've been to Eastern Europe.
Come on, Myron. You don't have to bring up her looks, bro. Come on, that's low. I don't like that. Like, how are you gonna call her mid? At least if you're gonna bring up her.
Well, because Myron is he's a little sus. Okay, Myron, because she's not a white man, he can't respect her. So I mean, he's gonna call every woman mid.
Looks, just say it how it is. She's ugly. I mean, let's be real. If we take that makeup off her face, is she gonna be a 2 or a 3 out of 10? Let's be real.
Before, there's far more attractive women that are less fat in the Eastern Europe that have better attitudes. And the fact that you're so narcissistic and rude
there's a lot of men who have better attitude than you and looking better than you.
Well, luckily for me, my looks don't matter as much.
Women, you shouldn't say that shit to Myron. You should say it to this guy right here. Yeah, this guy is an ugly goober. He's very ugly. Say that to him, not Myron.
Yeah.
I hope you will use it. I guess.
Machiavelli came back. He says, I saw a clip from the last show of Fresh trying to put Chris under the bus and saying, you're paying per box. And Chris says, you're lucky. Says, you're lucky I am good, Fresh. Oh, man. That was from last show. The last show of Fresh. Oh, man. Chris and Fresh have always kind of like gone back and forth. And I thought that's kind of like one of the last good things about the show, because Chris kind of likes to echo the sentiments of the audience. You know, I think he does cruise Reddit every once in a while, so he does pick up some of our talking points, and he does put a little bit of a fight up for Fresh. I think it's funny, and Fresh is usually kind of, sitting there trying to figure out what to say next. And no, it's good. It's funny, man.
Like you.
I am right now to cook you. You're fat and you're stupid.
Okay.
And you're a narcissist.
Damn.
This is probably the first time in your life you've been told the truth.
Fatality. Finish her.
I can sense the energy here between you two. It's lovely.
Well, people say in the comments what you think about that.
It's like,
what you think about that?
This girl's incredibly rude.
I read the comments. Somebody said, what you gonna think about that?
What?
Yeah, I read the comment. Somebody wrote that.
Yeah, you gotta remember, a lot of the people that still watch Fresh and Fit are simps. They're simps for these girls. They'll send in, whatever chats they can to rate all the girls, and then they'll go ahead and subscribe to their OnlyFans and follow them on Instagram and everything and stalk them online. So it's you're gonna have simps in this chat. They're still pining for a lot of these girls and being like, no, you're so beautiful, and it's just it's really pathetic, dude.
Hold on, what? Rewind.
All of our fucking faces.
Yeah, they're trollers, bro.
No, say that in the full sentence, because we didn't understand you.
Well, tell them. Fresh, you don't even speak in complete sentences, so you can't be asking for that.
Tell them.
I don't know.
What happened? What'd she say?
Wait, I missed it.
She said that she read in the comments that Myron was a rapist.
Oh.
What?
Only on Saturdays.
Oh. What are these accusations?
This broad got roasted so bad. She said Myron. She's accusing Myron of being an R word. That is disgusting.
I don't know about that. Machiavelli came back. He says Myron would like it if women go extinct. Oh, dude. Didn't he say to Sneeko that I exposed on this stream a couple streams ago? He's like, Sneeko was asking him, he's like, why are we working so hard if it doesn't mean to attract women? He's like, and he tells Sneeko, he's like, look, man, he's like, there are other ways to get pleasure in life without the use of women. And Sneeko was like, what? What do you mean by that? What the hell is all this for? Why are we trying to get the cars and the watches and all this stuff, if not to try to attract women? And Myron just kind of laid it out for me. He's like, look, man, there are other ways to get pleasure without the use of women. And I was like, that's crazy, dude. That's wild to me. I mean, it's another breadcrumb of gayness that, if you're not following it, you wouldn't be picking it up.
Very disgusting. She got so hurt by Myron calling her fat and mid. She called him an R word. That's crazy.
She's gonna have to stand up, because from this angle, I can't tell if she's fat. I think that's just Myron lashing out.
The fact that she went there, she's hurt.
Get jokes about that shit. So that's probably what they're talking about. I don't know.
Could you imagine, right? I go on someone's podcast, and I don't like them, and then their topic is about their show, and I get offended because I don't like what they're saying. Can you imagine if I did that on a huge podcast?
You're not that huge. Let's not kid ourselves.
I mean,
have you seen the show before?
She really don't care.
I haven't.
Bro, yo, just get the fuck up and get the fuck up out of here, bro. You don't want to be here.
Yes, please stand up so I can see how fat you really are.
Get your fat ass up and get out of here, bro.
Damn.
All right, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Myron hates women. Okay, he just hates them, and he just relishes the opportunity to throw out any type of prospect that Fresh will have at the end of the night. And Fresh, he's just like, look, man, we can still talk. We don't. You have to be so hasty to get these girls out of here. But Myron's just like, no, get them all out of here.
This ain't Georgia, man. Not the state or the country. Get out of here.
Oh my god, we get to see your ass. Wait, someone get the cameras. Get the cameras. Get the cameras.
Like, bro, I hate fucking annoying, disrespectful, narcissistic bitches like this, bro. Get the fuck up out of here.
I hate you, man.
Holy shit, man.
Ass. Oh my god.
Stop being fucking thirsty. Like, just get out of here, bro. Nobody cares.
Do you still want to leave? Because you're a friend, so up to you.
Fucking ridiculous.
Can we make sure she's okay?
No, I mean, she'll be fine. She'll be fine.
Well, they'll take care of her.
Yeah, take care of her.
I will say this though.
Like, bro, your friend is.
What's this guy off camera, dude? That's like creeping on this girl that's leaving, dude. This guy with his phone up. Who is this guy? He's just like, yeah.
She'll be fine.
Well, what is this? This little creep factor guy in the corner, in the cut chair.
Take care of her.
Yeah, I haven't seen this show in forever, so I don't know all the new cast members that they got. But this guy's definitely creepy on his phone. He's like, I'm gonna save that one for later.
I will say this though.
Like, bro, your friend is.
Hold on, I will say this though. She got some ass.
Yeah, she do though. I wanted you guys to tell her to leave.
Fresh is such a simp, dude. Like, he's the worst part of this show. I've said it before, man, but it's like that was his go-to line, is that, oh, she got no ass, when it's just like, dude, come on, man. She doesn't look fat. Thank you. Tea and Toast with Ghost. Finally, it's like, yeah, she doesn't look fat. I think Myron is he's just trying to grasp at anything to say to her. And Myron doesn't like women. I mean, he can see the faults in all women. And Fresh is like, he's a simp. He's like the polar opposite of Myron. He'll sleep with anybody, you know? Whatever the price, he'll sleep with anybody.
If I say that, she got some.
Guys, Fresh is the thirstiest man. He's not a man. He's the thirstiest Goomba alive. And I've said it multiple times. He pays for box every single day. He
said it too, man. And you know what? We have plenty of evidence, plenty of records to show that he pays for it because that's the only way he can get it. You know, he's not getting off of his own charisma. He's not getting off his mouthpiece. Dude, he's a total simp. Women can't respect that.
Paid at least, in his lifetime, he paid at least $5 million for Myron's money.
God damn.
Myron gives you money, Fresh. And now in 2025, he doesn't only have Myron. He also has Gary the Numbers Guy on his podcast. He uses Gary and Myron to get money just so he can pay hookers. That is some Goomba, some ugly Goomba.
It kind of adds to the layer of why Fresh is so concerned about getting remonetized, because yeah, that money is drying up. You know, people aren't really tuning in. People aren't, you know, really, they're not as hot as they used to be. So now they're trying to figure out, like, how can we keep the funds flowing? Nobody wants to, you know, support the show. You know, it's been a while since, I don't know if we hosted another fresh and fit ferry boat cruise, if anybody's gonna actually pay the $4,000 to be out there. You know, it's just like, it's looking kind of grim, you know. So it's like the only thing they can do is tuck tail and try to get remonetized back on YouTube so they can keep the money flowing, so they can keep the hose flowing, you know. That's just all it is. Team Toast with Ghost came back. He says, remember the corn star? Dude, how could we forget, man? I mean, it was just, Fresh thought it was a flex, you know, putting her on screen and, you know, being all lovey-dovey with her and stuff, and it was just really stupid. Like, dude, you're just cementing yourself as the super simp that will pay for anything by any means necessary, and you out yourself on your own show when you're like, hey, the chat wants to know how much would it be for a night. Like, come on now, you're too obvious, Fresh, way too obvious.
No, that's exactly why she's so fucking insufferable. Because of that.
Y'all known her for like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
talking about she's insufferable, like, I don't even know her.
Hold on.
No, she is.
Issue, right?
She showed enough.
You're on a big show,
right?
A big podcast.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go shit. I don't like you guys.
Yeah.
How would you feel?
No, I understand.
No, sorry.
Your opinion.
So imagine we're trying to be nice. She's been like looking in the mirror herself, like, bro, like, this is crazy.
Yeah, but like,
no, I understand, but at the same time, like, there's a way to approach it. Like, I get what you're saying. We chose to be here.
we can respect you, but vice versa. Like
Yeah.
you can say, but you can, yeah, that's totally fine.
We
But you
match
can
energy.
say,
So the energy's off. We're gonna match it. That's
right?
all.
But you're so offended that she looked at herself in the mirror. Why?
No, the entire show.
We just called it out that she's a narcissist and she
we
got
tell
mad.
everybody, look at people talking.
Yes.
Not
Yeah.
yourself, because it looks crazy.
Okay, Fresh, if you didn't like how she was behaving, why didn't you kick her out? Because you're a coward. You don't.
Yeah, he was trying to keep her as a lead, a possible lead for the evening. And, maybe he could negotiate a price, and maybe get in there.
have the balls to tell a woman to leave.
Could you imagine how girls act with it behind closed doors?
You know the worst part with dating nowadays, especially, women don't hear the truth about why they're not selected. This is why this whole thing, because in dating, guys will see, okay, she's annoying, she got ego, she's like this, I'm gonna smash her and dash. You don't know even why he left. Why'd he ghost me?
Yeah, why?
Oh, you're annoying.
No, but I just
Walter, let's be real. You would never smash a girl and dash. If a girl gives
if anything, he would leave it in there and hope for the best and go to the clinic the next morning. I mean, that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen from him. Machiavelli came back. He says, Chris exposed him the last show after Fresh tried to make fun of him. And Chris at least says he doesn't eat hose box like you do. Oh, dude, what a fucking drop, dude. That right there. That is like the nail in the coffin for Fresh. He completely ate a girl's box that had like over 2,000 bodies. And yeah, man, it's like he's doing whatever he can to please women. He will definitely do that. Fresh tried to play it. Okay, Machiavelli came back and said Fresh tried to play it off and said that he ate the box of the woman he loves. He literally went down on the Peace Star. Well, I mean, I think he loves every woman. That's just he's a lover, not a fighter. And he's an eater, and he's also a cheater. He's an eater and a cheater. But I mean, he what can you say about Fresh, man? He's not a stand-up guy. He's not a guy to follow. He's the guy that will show you everything not to do. You want to put your life on the line? Go eat a cornstarch box, okay? And don't ask any questions. Maybe even try to hide it on your own podcast. Don't let everybody know. But it's going to get exposed eventually. And luckily, it was exposed for our entertainment and for Fresh's humiliation. So it's always a good thing.
you heard Poom Poom for free, you were staying for the rest of your life. Let's be real. I mean, let's be fair. He's not talking about himself. So yeah.
And I think that that's also an issue where like women let men smash too fast and then they get upset. That's also something that should be addressed. So I understand what you guys are trying to say.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, there still is just a way that you can approach guests on the channel.
Fresh is a sad case. Absolutely, Machiavelli. You're absolutely right. And I mean, that's kind of the main reason why I was like, dude, does he really belong on this podcast? Because he just seems like a simp that's in the chat of this show that is running now. Like people that watch the show, they're pretty much simps for the girls that come on. They just want to goon all night. And Fresh he's like a surrogate audience member for that. Like he tries to play the line of being a podcast host and stuff, but like in the very end, dude, like as soon as the girl gets up, he has already made up his mind whether he's going to try to contact her or try to do something to pay for her for the evening and stuff. Let's go get tacos after or something like that, and maybe he can even eat your taco. I don't know, but the thing about Fresh is that the more I see of him, the more of it stays the same. Nothing really changes with him. It's very static. And Myron as well. I mean, I think Myron has really kind of gotten old about this whole thing. This thing about like, wanting to bring on girls to really have the conversation, and try to like delve into male and female dynamics. It seems like he doesn't even want to have the conversation anymore. It's just something he has to kind of go through the motions about. He doesn't really like being around women. So it just makes sense that he's just doing this for Fresh because Fresh really wants this. So, yeah, it just seems like, he's just fighting to be there. Let's see. Did you watch? Okay, so Decoder said, did you watch that hit piece he made on Sneeko? Which one? You're talking about Fresh? It was like a 3-hour hit piece. I didn't watch it, but I do know that I think Myron got it taken down because it was on, I believe, the Fresh and Fit channel and on Fresh's channel. But yeah, I think Myron ended up getting it deleted, so it was taken down. he came back. He says, I don't remember if you reacted to it or not. I didn't, because I can't really stand watching a podcast of just Fresh, like trying to run a podcast, with his host, Gary, the numbers guy. I don't know. For me, I can't watch it for too long without like wanting to just shut the whole thing off. I don't want to lose too many brain cells, covering Fresh. I can cover them in very small doses. I realize that my life is a lot better that way. If I were to sit through a 3-hour podcast with Fresh, I think I would be a whole lot dumber, and I would not want to do it. But I can kind of understand like what he would say and his whole perspective. Of course, the whole hit piece on Fresh, on Sneako, he was just going with the program that, hey, we can't throw Myron on the bus, even though he was the one that played the song. Let's just go all in on Sneako because he is the easiest mark to call out. We don't want to disrespect the Tates because those are our gods. We love them. We worship them. Jay Waller is the same. He's kind of like on the equal footing. We can't really disrespect Jay Waller. Who else is there? You got Nick Fuentes, who Myron completely is on his knees for, but Fresh doesn't really like him too much, but he has to kind of go with Myron on that. And then you got Clav, who is like this 20-year-old up-and-coming streamer that everybody has. He has all this clout right now, so yeah, they don't want to sever that relationship. It just makes sense that Sneako is the one that they can easily throw under the bus because he's just like, Fresh has a problem with him. Andrew Tate has a problem with him, along with, Tristan as well. So it just seems like that's all you need. You got those three, and you got Myron, who's going to remain neutral and quiet, not wanting to, address it online. He's just going to try to build bridges and everything and just kind of remain neutral because, for one, his daddy Tates, man, he's never going to go against them. That's 100%. As far as like Sneako and everything, he's probably going to talk to him offline, and try to sort some stuff out. Maybe, try to be like, hey, we can't do all this infighting. It looks weak. But it just seems like, yeah, Fresh is going to be emotionally driven. He's going to get online. He's going to do this little hate piece. He's probably even going to jump on like X Spaces and do a video on that too. And just, call Sneako out. And then, they want to do this fight now. I believe there was a Misfits fight where Andrew Tate wants to fight Sneako for like $500,000. And I don't know if Sneako is going to take that fight. But it's just kind of pathetic, in my opinion, that's what this has all been building towards. Machiavelli came back. He says, I watched your call with him live, and that day I feel like I'm heated after you exposed that Goomba. That I am heated after. Well, it wasn't hard, man. It really wasn't. It was just something I wish that I had more time to actually like do the whole plan that I had. And unfortunately, it is what it is. Decoder came back. He says, did you watch Sneako and Abu's conversation? No, but that is on the list of things that I was going to talk about. It's the second thing here. So the first thing was going to be Andrew Tate on Piers Morgan. And the second thing was going to be the Sneako and Abu conversation. So we got a few more minutes left in this one. Let's finish this one out.
And all right, so your model.
Decoder came back. He says, I just looked it up and it's almost 4 hours. Fuck that. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, are you talking about the 4 hours one? That's the, what's it called? The Sneako and Abu thing? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're probably going to get the highlights of it, whatever. I think the Sneako and Abu conversation is not really a contentious debate. It's more of like an understanding kind of thing. So it's not as like, it's not like Abu's trying to get, like, he's not trying to clip farm Sneako the whole conversation. It's not that at all. It's just kind of like them coming together, and maybe even Abu saying, hey, like, isn't it kind of messed up how these guys kind of snaked you and everything? But I have not watched the whole thing. I've only seen little bits and pieces. But yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight.
Right. And on, Fashion Week, whatever, right? If you do something wrong, guys will tell you, hey, do it right or leave.
Of course.
All right. So then why are you questioning what we're saying?
Because the words he was saying was just wild.
Doesn't matter. Like, if
I feel it matters, then I feel it matters. What's wrong?
What? It doesn't matter. Like, you have to perform.
Yeah, and I'm performing. I'm telling you how I feel.
Like when your parents tell you to do something, you listen to them.
What he's like, nice shoulders, babe.
Oh yeah.
Show them gangs the back.
Why do you like her shoulders so much?
You know what it is? Let me show you how to live. I appreciate shoulders because that's my favorite exercise to do. Shoulders.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I like back.
What is Fresh talking about? My favorite exercises to do his shoulders, but look at his shoulders. Hold on. Look at these shoulders. They're like, what are you talking about, Fresh? You couldn't you couldn't rest anything on those shoulders. What are you talking about, Fresh?
There's so much.
You know what it is? Let me show you how to lift. I appreciate shoulders because that's my favorite exercise to do. Shoulders.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I like back and
So right
front.
now.
You see, yours is kind of like down.
Huh? What's the squat though?
Yours is down. Hers is like more like, you know, full.
Oh.
She got more shoulder than you, is what she's saying.
No. I got a quarter zip on, so you can't see the
Where's
shoulder.
I got a quarter slip on. What are you talking about? You can see your shoulders perfectly, man. You got the slipped over shoulders, and you got like the auntie look. I don't know if you guys have seen that picture on Reddit, man, but like Fresh is like he's a little gummy bear, bro. He's a little gummy bear.
I mean, it should have been able to
Wait,
show
if you're on my
more.
Twitter, you can see my gains on my Twitter.
But Fresh,
guys, this is what he's talking about. This is the gains.
God damn
Look
it.
at this.
Oh man.
If you're eating, I'm sorry. Like, I hope you don't vomit.
do you want to arm wrestle her?
Oh.
Let's do it.
Oh, that's so fun. Do it.
Let's do it. Come on.
This isn't like a flex. I hope Fresh understands. Like, to beat a girl in arm wrestling is not a flex, okay?
Come on.
You ready?
I want you to do it. Come here, bro. I have faith in you, girl. Come here.
All right, guys. It's going down.
Can she sit here?
Oh, righty. He's ready. Oh, yeah. All right, cool.
Yo, you could already see it.
I love this. Thank you.
She's like lifting up her
I'm
arm.
gonna say 3, 2, 1.
All right, ready?
All right, ready? 3, 2,
Damn.
1, go!
He's letting me win.
Oh my God!
Yo, you're strong.
Yo, one of their arms pops.
Hey, look at that muscle! Oh.
Put your arm down, Fresh.
Dang, she's strong.
He cheated. He got his elbow off the table first. He took his elbow off the table first. He cheated.
Yeah,
There's
Fresh.
no
Come on
way
now.
This ugly Goomba just cheated.
Yeah, he had to cheat. Okay, that's the only way he would have beaten her. He couldn't have beaten her the other way with his elbow on the table. He doesn't have the wrist strength, especially. No, that's not. I mean, it's a common L Fresh, dude. This is what this is. Machiavelli came back. He says, it reminds me of my grandpa when I was talking to on the beach shirtless. Oh man, yeah. I mean, it's only a couple years off for Fresh, man. He's almost there, grandpa status. I mean, what is he in like his mid-30s or something? Yeah, he's gonna make something happen soon, man. Because I mean, he's gonna get to that point where, like, I mean, he's already paying for it in his 30s, which is really sad. He should be hopefully hitting his stride, you know, and usually at that point, you know, it should be easy for women to find you attractive because you're so established. But it just seems like everything's kind of falling apart now. But yeah, he's got to cheat at an arm wrestling when he arm wrestles a girl. That's not a good look either, man. This is horrible.
He was using his whole shoulder. He was using his biceps, his forearm, and his shoulder. He got his elbow off the table, so he was using all his strength, and he was still struggling.
Yeah.
If he played fair, he would have lost, because he's a weak Goomba.
I was playing with her.
What do you mean?
No, I could end it earlier, but nah. No, I was kidding.
Think about this. I was playing with her. I wasn't struggling at all.
You were cheating, man. What are you talking about playing with her, man? She was, if anything, dude, you were scared. You were worried. You're like, dude, this is my manhood on the line right here.
I could have won even if I kept my elbow on it. Ultimately. Fresh, you couldn't even beat a woman in arm wrestling, bro.
Yeah.
That's pathetic.
That's why he's Mr. Weak, man. He's Mr. Weeks. I hope that was good for y'all, man. That was pretty funny. Let's go to the Andrew Tate and the thing I was talking about before. Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan, the most, I guess, the most recent one, because I want to see what this is all about. I have not seen this. I've only seen bits and pieces, and I want to kind of want to cover it. Let's see. This one.
The view that he was an intelligent.
Oh, hold on. So my staff deleted my tweets. Andrew Tate versus Piers Morgan on the Epstein files, Ye song scandal plus more. So here we are. We're greeted with the tweet here. It says, the thing I'm not supposed to say about Epstein files is that women have become such lying whores that it's impossible to take any of these unsubstantiated claims seriously. Women have sex, then cry rape so often that real victims never face justice. And then he came back again and said, I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chasing dopamine ever since. Wow.
You said, I miss human trafficking. Why did you delete it?
It was just deleted by my PR team as I slept. These gotcha moments are 5 or 6 years out of.
So Andrew Tate has a PR team that is basically running interference for him while he sleeps. So anything that he says is controversial, they delete it in his sleep. I guess he's okay with that. I thought he had an image to hold. I didn't think there was any regrets, or I thought he controlled everything, but I guess he has handlers as well. Machiavelli came back. He says, Andrew Tate, with his fake through face ranting like a girl on Piers Morgan is literally comedy. And he looks like he needs to pop the whole thing. He needs to pop? He needs to pop the whole time. Wait, I need to read this again slowly. Andrew Tate, with his fake through face ranting like a girl on Piers Morgan is literally comedy. He looks like he need to pop the whole time. I mean, dude, he was definitely this is the apology tour coming to an end here. You know, he's having to still talk about the HH being played in the club and how it wasn't his fault. And, you know, he's going to try to maintain innocence here.
Date. Let's be professionals, Piers. Why was the DJ unwittingly he was unaware of what the song was?
Far be it from me to teach you how to answer questions in interviews, is to say that you find what's in the Epstein files utterly disgusting, and celebrating the song Heil Hitler is also disgusting and reprehensible. And if you'd said that, I could respect it.
There's pictures of you with certain members of Epstein's circle.
Well, no, but I'm happy to talk about that.
Oh, let's stay on topic, Andrew. Let's not start slinging mud because you don't like what's being said. I mean, actually answer to it and don't run.
The Jeffrey Epstein saga is undoubtedly one of the biggest scandals in modern history. Many VIP men are now being humbled by lurid details.
Machiavelli came back. He says, and he made that weird lighting to make his face look tough, which is crazy for an old ass man to do. Well, I mean, everything he does is strategic. You know, he's got to still maintain this grass of, you know, being this dangerous man. Even though, you know, we've seen this man in a ring, we've seen him, you know, double back and sling mud at Sneeko, you know, and not take accountability and also express regret, which is all off brand for him.
About their relationship with a convicted sex offender and claims about their own behavior with his victims. Too few have faced real consequences yet, but the public's in no mood to draw a line and move on. The view that he was an intelligence asset for a foreign government has moved firmly from the realm of conspiracy to mainstream thinking. A reasonable person might think that Andrew Tate is the last person to be moralizing on all this. He's fought damning allegations about his own conduct with women in multiple countries for several years. And that, he says, is precisely the problem.
For the last 4 years, the media all around the world has accused me of sexual crimes. On repeat, over and over, every single day. And now that the Epstein files are out, they're running cover, saying that being found in the Epstein files doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Let me ask you a question. If I was in the Epstein files, Andrew Tate, do you have any idea, the media frenzy, do you have any idea how they would attack me? They would accuse me of things I've done wrong. They would say that there's no smoke without fire, that I'm definitely guilty, that I deserve more prosecution, more house arrest. I was locked in my house for 4 years without being convicted. I've been to court in 3 countries, and not a single court on the planet can convict me of any sexual crimes at all. Yet the media still convince everyone at home and still endlessly print that I'm a bad person while running cover for the people who are in the Epstein files.
Well, I mean, the people in the Epstein files are in places of government, you know, and I don't think the government's going to investigate themselves. I mean, look at how they handled 9/11. I mean, they had the whole commission report that came out to kind of like explain everything, and they made money off of that commission report. You know, they sold it in Barnes and Noble and everything, and people bought it and they believed it. And there were people that were, you know, that still to this day go to the site of September 11th in New York, whatever, and they still protest and they still want to, you know, search the truth and stuff. And unfortunately, the government is not going to investigate themselves. You know, when you got people that are in certain positions of power, you know, it's like, what do? You know, it's like, you got to wait until they get out of office or finish their term and stuff to go after them as regular citizens. But I think even after that point, there's not going to be any major repercussions for this. You know, there's just too many people that are in it that probably not going to see the inside of a jail cell. You know, they can't pay their way out of it.
Well, Andrew Tate rejoins me on Uncensored now. Andrew, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you very much. I hope you're recovering well, sir.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Thank you. So it's an interesting point you raise. I'm not going to relitigate in this interview the outstanding criminal and civil actions that you're facing, other than to repeat what I always say when I interview you, which is, as we sit here, you've not been convicted of any crime. And I do think the process that you've gone through has seemed ridiculously long and doesn't serve anybody. So let's just put that to one side for the benefit of this debate. Because I do think you raise an interesting point about the experience you've had and the experience that we are seeing with people in the Epstein files.
Yeah, it's not only ridiculously long, Piers, it's actually ridiculously harsh. My brother and I have gone to jail. We've been reputationally slandered. We had a company that turned over $150 million a year, which has been economically decimated. And we've been trialed by media endlessly while members of parliament stand up and say that we're the most dangerous people on the planet because we're committing sex crimes. When, of course, no court anywhere in all of the countries which I've been investigated under has managed to convict us of any crime. At the same time they are doing this, at the same time we have members of parliament standing up and saying my brother and I are dangerous. They are sitting on information, sitting on clear evidence of a link between members of the elite inside of Western governments and a convicted pedophile. And
Machiavelli came back. He says, "I'm going to keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta get going, Camp. See you later, brother. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you coming to the stream, man. I'll see you on the next one, man. Have a good night."
To me, it seems absolutely ridiculous that they're going to come along and accuse two young brothers, two guys from a council estate in Luton who have never been convicted, and say that we're the enemy and talk about us in question time while ignoring information they've had for over a decade, linking senior members of British government directly to a convicted pedophile. And I think anybody with a brain at home understands this reeks of monumental corruption.
I mean, if we're going to talk about corruption, I think we need to talk about Hustlers University. We need to talk about Daddy Coin. We need to talk about all the money that people have invested into these courses and into these crypto coins and how they've basically just been swindled out of their money, thinking that they could be part of some, community where they can improve themselves. And it's just they had to pay their way to end up getting scammed and not come out any better for it, So you got to kind of look at it from that perspective that, I don't think I think you guys did a lot worse for men than actually benefiting them. And then when it comes to, just your origin story, the way that you manipulated a lot of desperate men online to give away their life savings and stuff like that to a lot of these e-thoughts that you were typing for. It's not a good look, man. It's like you have just a history of taking advantage of men and women. And even if you're not this thing that people have claimed that you to be, sex trafficker, rapist, anything like that, if you truly are not that, you still have done a lot of bad for men and women on both sides in terms of financially fleecing people. You just been a scammer, and it's not good.
Well, I certainly think I've drawn a line on the Epstein scandal in terms of plausible deniability for people in public life, because so many people, public figures, have been connected with him, that there is a qualitative difference to me between the people who disowned him after his conviction in 2009 for being a pedophile who abused an underage girl, and for those who then stayed in contact with him. And many of the people we're seeing toppling like dominoes, whether it's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Lord Mandelson, and others, are people who emphatically denied staying in contact with him. And now we see from the files that is actually a lie, and they continue consorting with him for many years afterwards. Do you see that distinction? In other words, take your situation. If you were to be convicted of what are some very serious offences that you've been charged with, if you were to be convicted, and it's hypothetical, I accept that, and you must go through fair due process, and it should happen faster than it's happening. I've said that. But if you were to be convicted, would you think it's fair and reasonable of people in that eventuality to say, I want nothing more to do with Andrew Tate, and to be judged accordingly. And conversely, if people decided to carry on, being your friend and doing business with you, whatever it may be, they should be judged accordingly too.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And you've also been very fair to me. I have to give you credit for repeatedly pointing out that I've not been convicted and that you believe in the rule of law and we should wait for a conviction. The problem here we have is that we see all of our democratic institutions are absolutely corrupt. How can Peter Mandelson be promoted to the most important political position that perhaps exists inside of the UK government, which is ambassador to the United States of America, when he has such clear links to a convicted pedophile? Why was he promoted? Is it because of his clear links to a convicted pedophile, which is a whole another question? And now you're asking me, do I trust the UK courts? Do I trust the systems which are hiding information that they have on pedophiles, which are clearly protecting powerful people, which are clearly engaged in a two-tier policing structure? Do I now trust them to give me a fair trial? The whole point of democracy is transparency. The whole point is rule of law. And if they're applying rule of law to some people and completely ignoring it for elites, you now have to ask yourself a question. Are the courts fair, and is the system fair at all? Please understand, my brother and I have gone through the most heinous trial by media that has happened in modern times. As I've said, we've already been punished more than most sex offenders are ever punished at all. We were locked up for a total of 4 years. We lost our business. Our bank accounts were frozen. We were unable to travel. We couldn't see our children. I missed medical appointments. Many bad things have happened. My mother had a heart attack and I couldn't be there. These people, where they had serious, credible, concrete evidence, haven't even been investigated. And these are the people who are in charge of the government. So Piers, as a logical person, to answer your question, can I trust anything the British government does when they're clearly running cover for people that they have serious evidence on, while endlessly attacking me and mentioning my name in the media and mentioning my name in question time, when they don't even have any evidence on me and they've struggled to find a conviction for the last 5 solid years? To me, that reeks of governmental corruption.
Well, I think it's a perfectly reasonable question if I'm in your shoes. Yeah, because you've not been convicted of any crime. The interesting thing about Mandelson is you have the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer today admitting in Prime Minister's questions that he did know because of the vetting process that Mandelson had continued in a friendly relationship with Epstein that was ongoing. And despite that, he still appointed him as one of the most powerful people in his government as the UK ambassador to the United States. And that, I think, is going to be was going to be very damaging for Starmer, because that's the first admission that he knew that Mandelson and Epstein had continued being friends up to the point, we don't know to what final point, but certainly right up to near to when he died. So there you've got somebody in Mandelson's case who twice had to resign from governments in disgrace over various financial skullduggery. And then you have him supporting and staying friendly with a convicted paedophile, and the British Prime Minister knowing they had stayed in touch and it was an ongoing friendship, and still making him the ambassador. I find that crazy.
It just goes to show you that there's going to be elites that are going to be protected no matter what. And, whatever they want to come and say to the press and stuff, they need to be very careful and parse out their information very carefully, because there are going to be emails, there's going to be leaks and stuff everything's going to be time stamped. And if you're going to say, hey, we stopped talking back in 2012, but then you have an email from 2015, 2018, and it's obviously a lie, and, you're saying certain things, it just seems like, your credibility is going out the window, but it's almost like the less you say, the less chance is you'll get caught up in all of this. But the thing about the people in the files, I know I said I don't really want to cover it on here because there's just a lot to talk about, and I just think it would bog down and it'd be multiple videos and stuff. And honestly, man, to me, I think everybody that was included on those files and stuff in terms of, you know, their involvement, just them being in the same rooms of corruption going on and stuff. I think everybody is guilty by association. You know, like if you were to leave it up to me, I think everybody in those files, whether they were a part of the whole scheme or if they were in the room while the scheme was going on and they saw it and they just turned a blind eye, I think that's just as bad. You know, do I think that these people need to have, you know, jail time? Yes, absolutely. Anybody that is going to mess around with kids or even, you know, mess around with, you know, underage women and stuff like that, I think, yeah, absolutely should be in jail. Absolutely. I mean, it's just clear cut like that. But I don't think that the situation is going to pan out the way it is because you have a lot of powerful people in this situation, and they're going to be protected. They're going to be protected. They're going to the media is going to reduce any type of infraction that they had to just like, well, they were on the flight manifest, but they weren't actually taking part in any of the craziness going on. Ghost, is that you, sir?
Yes, it is, Camp, and
Welcome.
I don't buy that for one damn second.
Welcome to the stream, sir. What do you have to say on the whole thing, man? What do you think?
Well, considering that former President Bill Clinton was seen around the island, Bill Gates, the now King Charles II was seen on Epstein's Island, and many other high-ranking officials in many different governments. You know, it's called, you expect me not to believe that these people didn't partake? I mean, especially Bill Clinton, considering his reputation.
Well, I mean, I'm saying across the board, because I'm sure there were some people that were named in the files that were not being named as participants in terms of like the evil sexual acts, whatever, but just they were in the room. You know, are those people just as guilty? I'm saying yes. I'm saying people that are guilty by association. I think that's something how we have to kind of approach it here, is because you know, you could have stopped it, you know, but you didn't. You chose not to, and I think you're just as bad as the perpetrator. You know, it's just as simple as that. There's no.
I'm wondering why YouTube didn't post up the comment that I put.
Well, I mean, you can now tell us. What did you say?
Well, I hope this doesn't get your stream shut down, because there's a chance it might, but...
Oh boy, here we go.
A while ago, I was doing some research into different technologies, because my father once told me he heard a story, he told a story of how, what was it? It was like a prized horse's embryo was transferred across from America to England, or it was the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't believe the story of how they did it. Then I went and did some research, and I was like, okay, oh wait, no, they actually can do this. And then when I went looking, and then when I dug even further, I actually found out that we already have the technology to, well, at least gestate children without a woman. We don't, I mean, if we were to actually break the stem cell barrier, we'd actually could actually start having children without women, but we haven't gotten that far yet, at least not that I'm aware of. We've already developed, but humanity has already developed the technology to where they can transfer pregnancies if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have developed the technologies where they can actually have a woman, where they can have a kid and they don't need it, and it's not inside of a woman.
Like they can like incubate the zygote and all that stuff and
yes,
carry it all the way to development. That's insane. I mean,
we already have that technology right now. It's illegal.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's like it's a scary situation, man, to just completely take women out of the situation in terms of childbirth. You know, and it's like, damn, it's like you're taking. Really. I mean, you don't think so?
I mean, Well, I mean, scary for the women maybe, but not scary if you're a dude.
I don't know, man. I kind of want a natural type baby. I don't know if I want a mechanically engineered one, you know?
Well, Camp, it's the same principle as in vitro. Basically, you take an egg, you fertilize it either through a needle, or if you prefer, you could drop it into the dish, let nature take its course, and then implant it in the device.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know the whole test tube baby and all that stuff. Like, I mean, I actually knew a guy that donated to a sperm bank, whatever, and he actually had a lot of children. And he was crazy because the guy was like probably 10 years younger than me, and I remember we were both working a job together, and it was like Father's Day, and he was like, "Yeah, man, congratulations on you being a father." And I told him, I was like, "Yeah, man, you're technically a father too, man. You got like 30 damn kids, but they're all over the world, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't really know if I call myself a father. I'm more of just like a distant dad, you know." But yeah, I mean the same thing, dude. He's literally just he made a bunch of test tube babies, dude. And I'm sure, you know, to some people, it's fine, you know, because I think there are some women that, you know, they just want to have a baby. They don't necessarily want to have the relationship, you know, they just want to have something to care for, you know. I've seen that. And then the whole thing about, you know, people wanting to have kids that can't have kids. It's like, yeah, that I can see the purpose in that. You know, I can see how that could solve that issue, that problem and stuff. But, I don't know, man.
Well, Camp, you're not going to find me disagreeing in the slightest. I don't think we should do that until it becomes absolutely necessary for our species to survive on.
Like the young men that took Rollo Tomasi's advice of trying to become a high value man and made themselves all sterilized and everything like that, they might need that. You know, they might need that service in terms of, you know, maybe they decide they want to have a legacy when they realize they can't take all that money with them.
Well, I mean, the question here is the risk, is it worth the risk? I mean, you're not gonna, as you know, we're both fathers here, and it's like, you know, would I go through it again just to have my kids? Yeah. Would I actually absolutely go out of the way to change the outcome where I'm better off? Absolutely. But, you know, I'm not, you know, if you're really getting sterilized and it's not for the right reason. I mean, you know, let's say you as a man have had all the kids you want in your life. Reasonable. If let's say you have your predisposition to have kids with a lot of problems, I mean, I get it. No one wants to deal with a kid with cerebral palsy because from what I understand, that's really hard.
Sure.
I mean, I get
challenge.
that.
Yeah,
that's a really big challenge, and you decide to do it for that reason. You know, I understand. I don't think it's wise because there's always the chance the kid won't have it.
Right.
But, you know, I don't like the idea of any guy getting snipped unless either A, they're done, or B, the genetic risk factors are just too bad, are just too poor. Because you know, do I really want to risk having this kid who's not going to have a meaningful life? You know, they might have a fulfilling life, but are they really going to live?
Right.
You know, I understand.
No, I totally get that, man.
So it's just, you know, I want to sit here and say, you know, that nobody should do it, but it's, you know, it's just, you can't just sit here and say, oh, I'm going to get clipped because I don't want to get fleeced. Well, you know, sadly, that's not the only way you can get scammed. Sure, it's government enforced, but what happens if you get into a car crash and you maximize out your insurance policy? You know what they do? They come after you for the rest. And that's government enforced.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's very much, it's like, well, I'm just going to see all the losing scenarios and just not play. Well, it's fine not to play the game, but to allow the game to beat you is just weakness. It's like somebody playing Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Elden Ring getting pissed because they're not learning to dodge, they're not learning to parry, and instead they're just being full out brawl, which you can do, but it's not the smart way to play. And then what happens? Oh, you get so pissed you throw your controller at the TV. It's weak.
I agree. I mean, I think a man's life is struggle, overcoming, and just staying true to ourselves and, just staying resilient, because I think that's the best lesson that we can teach our children is to be resilient, and to not sink, and just to constantly, keep working and never lose that drive, because, if you have sons, you want to kind of raise them to kind of have that drive in life and not quit so easily,
Yeah. So we take the best historical example here is we wind the clock back, let's say 100 years to 1908, just before World War I pops off. What do our lives look like? They look a lot different. There are some places that have electricity, and there are some places that have very early cars, but most places there's no electricity. Your town doctor is your barber, and if you're lucky, there's at least an experienced midwife and a reasonably well-trained nurse to help with things. And when the sun goes down, you're not awake. It's not bright enough unless you're in major cities.
Right.
And, you still have outbreaks of polio, smallpox, and, not just smallpox. Cowpox would be more common because of the farming communities. Chickenpox would be far more common. Too.
Which, chicken pox is something that I think every kid has to go through. It's like you get it once and you never get it again. It's almost kind of like you got to get it, at some
and then
point.
You got to worry about 60 years later about getting shingles, but that can be controlled with a vaccine on the yearly. But, you go back in time and it's like, there were no vaccinations, no antibiotics. I mean, if you actually had someone who actually was half decent at studying and learning, you might actually have a doctor or some sort of medical person there who had at least some decent knowledge to do stuff with, and that's a big if. So what was the lesson back then? You do your best every day. You work the farm. You make sure you have money for the next harvest. And that was the life cycle. And, if you're lucky, you might be able to send one kid to a higher learning school, to higher learning, maybe. Life used to be a lot rougher.
Yeah.
And, we're sitting here and you have people sitting here, bemoaning the fact that you don't have enough money. Yet, do these people realize if we have a major disaster where government can't do anything, or government's basically, not gone, but it's basically useless until they can get reorganized and start working, what happens? Are good people just going to sit there and twiddle their thumbs and wait? Or are they going to do what they need to do to survive? I mean, think like Hurricane Katrina, for example.
A lot of looting, a lot of rioting. Yeah, man. People
did what they had to do to survive. People fought in the streets. People fought with each other.
I mean, that's what it kind of boils down to when you get any type of disaster situation where society breaks down and it just becomes survival of the fittest. I mean, yeah, I mean, people have their survival shelters, their little underground bunkers and stuff that they just hoard all of these supplies for, you know, just in case. And when it comes down to it, if something really was to pop off, you know, and then people will start killing each other in order to acquire resources, it's like, are you just stocking up your stuff just for the next guy to come down and take it all? You know, or are you going to try to defend yourself and, you know, make sure you actually have a stockpile of weapons as well, you know, to defend yourself? Because I mean, that's kind of it's a scary time we live in. You know, a lot of gun owners now, and you know, that are going to just be prepared for anything, you know, and that's kind of the reality.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, we are, you know, I don't think a lot of people understand. We are one bad disaster away from total anarchy, and, you know, whoever has the most firepower, who can gather the most people the quickest, you know, those are going to be the people in charge until the county or the state can actually come save everybody. And that's a big if, depending on the disaster.
Sure. I think there's going to be a lot more loss of life before anything will actually, you know, get back to an equilibrium. You know, you're going to have a lot of people be wiped out in order for, you know.
I mean, for New Orleans and, well, I mean, Louisiana itself didn't really get back to normal till almost 2-3 years after the fact.
Yeah, it was very slow. It kind of seemed like the rest of the world just kind of moved on after their first couple of weeks of the news coverage. You know, everybody just kind of moved on and forgot while they were still kind of going through it.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the Mews went down there to help out, but it's not like Fourth Division fully mobilized.
Yeah. Let's keep going with this one. Let's see what else he has got to say here.
Well, the optimistic view is the one you've just taken, that he got his position despite the fact he was linked to an international pedophile ring. Of course, the more realistic view is that he got his position because he was linked to an international pedophile ring. And I think a lot of people are waking up now to the absolute rot which exists inside of these democratic countries that we're supposed to believe in. We're supposed to believe in fair elections, a rule of law, and transparency. And it's becoming clear to everybody at home that they have been lied to, that the rule of law doesn't apply. Two-tier policing is clearly taking place depending on your social status. If you're a young man from Luton, they'll trial you by media and throw you in jail and take all of your money without credible accusation. But if you're a lord, perhaps, they can sit for over a decade on credible evidence of you spending time with a pedophile on a secret island and refusing to even investigate you, let alone slander you in the media, let alone. And I think this just shows how rotten our democratic systems have become and how much change needs to take place for anybody to believe in any of the rule of law again. I, after the Epstein file release, have even less faith in the British judicial system, the British courts, or the British police, because for me, they're going to contact everyone I've ever known. They're going to go through my phones, cameras, laptops, arrest me 5 times, arrest the mothers of my children, arrest my mom, raid houses, and struggle to find a single shred of evidence that allows them to convict me. However, when they have piles and piles of data of credible evidence that crimes have taken place against other people of a different social status than I, they are going to sit there completely protected by the state. So it shows that these democracies that we live within are completely corrupted from head to toe. And without a rule of law, then what is a democracy?
And what is the solution here? You think we lock up all of these powerful figures in, you know, government and people that are, you know, these billionaires that are heads of these companies that are, you know, that put more on the NASDAQ than actual countries themselves, you know? Like, I mean, what do you do, you know? You take down all the figureheads and keep the businesses running, you know, with the vice presidents and like, what do you do? You know?
The problem here is not so much do we take down the figureheads, it's more along the lines of what do we do to make sure that the others, the ones beneath them, just don't go on repeat. And,
Yeah. That's
and
true.
as for those at the top right now, considering that they value their money, their power more than they value human life and other things,
Mm-hmm.
the question here is do we purge or do we make examples of them? Like, this is not human decency.
Mhm.
Then we basically do a bunch of dehumanizing stuff to them.
Man. I mean, shit. Throw them all on a freaking island, a survival island, and have them actually try to survive, man. Don't give them any tools or any fire or anything, man. Just let them survive and watch them eat each other.
Well, I mean, they'll do that, but my thing would be, why don't we do what they did in Rome? Throw them to the lions, the bears, the tigers.
Do it in the Coliseum, man, so everybody can watch.
Yeah, I mean, we want we want to send the message, you don't get to do this stuff.
Right.
And sadly, it's put the fear of God in these people and make them fear the consequences of doing this stuff.
And make sure that nobody sprouts up in their absence, after they're gone. It's like that you kind of want to instill that this is still, we are, even though they might be high on the totem pole in terms of like status and stuff like that, we still outnumber them by a sheer majority and stuff. So it's like you either do right by the people or the people take you out.
Yeah. So I mean, you're not gonna hear me, plead for these people's lives, but there's also the fact that we take one, it's the Hydra thing from Avengers. You take one head, two more grow to take its place.
Yeah.
So the question is how do we slay a Nemean Hydra? Well, according to legend, the mighty Heracles, after cutting off so many heads, grabbed the torch and started burning the stumps so they don't come back. And so we have to, not only do we have to cut off the head, you got to cauterize it too. So how do we do that on the concept of people who are like, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that,
Yeah. I don't know, man. And, it's like I said before, I don't think the government will ever investigate themselves. So I think the people that are in the positions of power that are being named on these lists and stuff like that, they might get a slap on the wrist, a warning at best, No,
they're going to give them the Hillary Clinton treatment. We don't have the evidence to prosecute.
Yeah. And they just get to go about their merry way, Possibly get to run for office, and hopefully enough people, forget and they get enough votes, because they're considered the lesser of two evils, It's kind of messed up, but let's keep going.
You all know the story of Camelot, the Round Table, the 90s.
There we go.
And the thing about Mandelson, he was always drawn to money and rich, famous, powerful people. That was his massive Achilles heel. But in terms of him now, the stuff that's coming out, and is still coming out, but what we now know is that he was the business secretary in our government and was trading and passing on top secret information that was financially incredibly sensitive to Epstein, a convicted pedophile, multi-millionaire US financier. God knows what Epstein then did with that, with his financial friends. Did he trade? Did he make more millions? Quite likely. We don't know. I'm sure that will all unravel. But he was doing this, which is an act of absolute treachery. And I saw Starmer in the House of Commons today, really going after Mandelson. I'm like, well, that ship has sailed. You knew what you were dealing with here. This guy had twice had to resign from government. You knew he carried on seeing a convicted pedophile, perhaps right up to Epstein's death. And notwithstanding that, and notwithstanding you didn't know the nature of what they were doing in this ongoing friendship, you take this massive punt of putting him on the global stage again. And that's why, Mandelson, to me, he is facing criminal prosecution and very likely a lengthy prison sentence. It's hard to think, actually, of a more obvious case, a more prima facie case of corruption in public office than what he did. He sold this country down the river, giving secrets to a convicted pedophile in America.
And here's the real interesting question, sir, because it clearly is high treason. The interesting questions are, firstly, how did Jeffrey Epstein get so rich? Because nobody can seem to answer that question.
Right.
I sit here and wonder, while our elites of Western governments are continually making decisions which go against the will of 95% of the electorate on repeat. Nobody in the UK wants all of their tax money sent to Ukraine. We have enough problems in England. Nobody in the UK wants the small boats to keep arriving, yet they keep arriving. So we have a democratic system, which is clearly completely corrupted. There is clearly compromise on all of the elites inside of our system. These people are clearly financing pedophiles on the other side of the planet, making them billionaires. And they're making decisions that nobody is voting for and that nobody wants. And then to try and deflect and conflate, they take my brother and I and they say that we're dangerous. Or now we have Keir trying to sell Mandelson down the river, just as you quite correctly pointed out, when he made the decision himself. Our systems are completely corrupted from head to toe, and Epstein is only the tip of the iceberg. There are many other secret societies, many other islands, and many other places where these people convene. And that's where conversations are happening, which completely subvert the will of democracy and subvert the will of the electorate. And I have to give credit to Donald Trump himself. Although it may have got him some smoke because he does appear in the files, he at least released them, showing that he's maverick enough to try and bring some transparency back to our democratic systems. Because if Donald Trump didn't win, these conversations wouldn't even be taking place. And Keir trying to run damage control after not mentioning this at all and trying to keep on a lid on it for so long, just once again shows there's a lot more to this story than we know.
That's true. I mean, remember the Indian person? I guess he was saying that there were no Epstein files. There were no actual files. Remember when he said he made that statement? It's like they even at the beginning of this whole thing, they were trying to make it like it was a nothing burger. It was something that the people made up, but there aren't actually any tangible records or evidence of anybody that's connected with Epstein. And then it turned out to be like, actually, that was a lie. You know, what was his name? I can't remember his name, but I think he's like the head secretary of something. I can't remember his name. Oh, I can see his face because he's got that scared look on his face all the time.
About the Secretary General?
Yeah, the Indian guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking.
He's the
about.
one that said that there were no files that doesn't actually exist, and it was like, well, you got some egg on your face now, bud?
Oh yeah.
It's like you tried to cover it up, but it's like it's too big to cover up, and it also is just. It's blown up to such a proportion that like this has to be slowly doled out. We can't jump to conclusion to just say that, everybody needs to be executed on the spot, we need to really parse out all these details and make sure that, but are we ever going to know everything? Probably not. Probably not, man. And that's the sad fact, So what do we do? Do we take this information we have and just go black and white with it, or do we hold a trial for these people? It seems like a lot of trials, a lot of money, a lot of, and this whole question about how Epstein got his money. Well, he's rubbing shoulders with billionaires, whatever. You get a billionaire, like a 13-year-old or a 7-year-old girl, whatever. How much do you think they're going to pay for that? I know it sounds pretty fucked up, but that might be how he was able to, keep getting money, just by supplying billionaires and billionaires with, whatever fantasy they wanted, and no accountability because they have it on his own little private island, Yeah. I mean, this whole thing about him being a Mossad agent and stuff like that, I haven't really delved into that, so I don't really know, but I've just heard that being said too, so maybe he was funded as well. But the thing is, there's a lot. There's a lot to go through.
Well, I mean, any government scandal out there that involves prostitution or children, we're never ever going to hear the full story.
No.
I mean, if we're lucky, we'll get maybe a third of the truth or less.
Yeah, in like convictions and I guess people. I don't even think people would ever come forward and just self report what they did, because they feel so bad they just can't hold it any longer. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think those are the type of people that are involved in here that are like that. I think they're just like, no, this is something I was meaning to take to the grave, and the fact that all this is being unearthed right now, I'm very scared for my life. I'm scared for my family and, all the millions of dollars that we have, so it just seems like these people are not the common people, they don't have a conscience. They sold their souls a long time ago.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this is getting to the point to where it's purge time, baby, and I'm pretty sure there are plenty of people who are like, purge time. It's about time.
It wasn't a movie, man. It was a training exercise. That's what those movies were. Getting your mind ready,
The sad part is that I could probably protect my home. I have enough ammo.
What's so sad about that? It's not sad. That's a good thing.
Well, no. I mean, it's good for me, but it's also sad because I do like some of my neighbors, and I'm not gonna be able to help protect them that much.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, when if the purge ever does happen, it's something that needs to be. We just all got to be ready. I mean, there's a reason why there was a constitution and, our rights to bear arms and all that stuff, in case we ever come against a tyrannical government, that was all set in place, and it's not something that we need to just like think, oh, we don't have rights. So let's just trust in the government. They'll take care of us. And, I think when it comes to their interests, it's always gonna be their interest first, and then everybody else, we're just bottom feeders to them, we're just worker bees to them. So, if they can keep some of us alive, fine, But
yeah, I mean, why do you think lawyers sit there and tell you if you get pulled over, say nothing, do nothing, just if a police officer asks you any question, answer the bare minimum. And if they start asking more invasive questions, say, I invoke my Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my persons, properties, and papers. Second, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, to protect myself in case of anything like that. And then I invoke my Sixth Amendment to have a lawyer represent me to any and all government personnel. And then you shut up.
That's why the lawyers say that, because you can then enlist their services. It's also kind of like self-referential too. It's like they want you to go to them for help. So I mean, it just seems like that's what you're going to want to say in order to have them to be at your back. To take care of you. Yeah. I
mean, I do understand that having a lawyer, wanting a lawyer, but I mean, there's just so many cases of people getting railroaded by the legal system that sadly you're better off actually being quiet and just letting your lawyers deal with it. Because when you consider the Duke Lacrosse case, that was a disgrace to the United States legal system.
I'm not too familiar with that case.
Well, a bunch of three of Duke's I don't remember the year, but three of Duke's lacrosse players were at some sort of, I don't think it was a frat party, but it was a party on campus, and somebody brought in like 3 or 4 hookers.
Oh, okay.
And one of them was Crystal Gail Magnum, and considering she's sitting in a jail cell for the rest of her life right now, it kind of goes to show what actually happened to them was wrong. But they were the party was going, and apparently Crystal Gail Mangum did something that upset some people, and she was asked to leave. And at first, she refused. Then the 3 lacrosse players who were moderately drunk, if memory serves, basically chased her out by being rude, but also using racial slurs, as Crystal Gail Mangum is a black woman.
Okay.
And they chased her out, and party carried on, and a couple days later, she went to the police claiming she was assaulted by the 3 players at the party, even though that was very much not true.
Right.
And you know, and then what happened? Basically the media took the bare-boned element of the story were presented, except for the fact it was filtered through the lens that Mangum was assaulted. And then when the police actually got involved, investigated, and interviewed, they actually found that that they actually made her leave because not only was she soliciting, but she was also acting incredibly weird. Because as it turned out, Mangum had some pretty serious mental health issues.
Which we've seen that before in women that sell themselves. They definitely have some psychological damage. So okay, that all tracks.
They actually think she had multiple personality disorder from childhood.
Sure. So
that's what they
did that discredit her case? Because or when that came forward, or I mean, what was the end result, or is it still ongoing?
Well, the case is over, and the local government got sued, and the prosecutor in the case, he actually got disbarred.
Wow.
Because when the police actually went in and investigated, they actually found that, outside of them chasing her off because of how she was acting and using racial slurs, nothing else happened. But the prosecutor, he wanted to use this to make his career, so he intentionally covered up what really happened and took it to court. And they were in the middle of trial when it was disclosed that the police and the prosecutor's office knew for a fact that they hadn't assaulted her, and the fact that they covered it up. So after that, the whole case fell apart.
Naturally.
And after the case fell apart, if memory serves, let's see, Mike Nipong, that was the name of the prosecutor. He was dismissed from the prosecutor's office because I don't remember him being the district attorney. If memory serves, he was one of the assistant district attorneys on the case. He was fired from the prosecutor's office, and he was also stripped of his legal license.
Jeez.
Mangum never received any sort of formal punishment, although I think 5 years after the fact, she was dating some 19 or 20-year-old, and she ended up killing him, and she's now sitting in a prison cell for the rest of her life.
Jeez.
As for the 3 accused players, they all left Duke University. They've never, to what I understand, they've never set foot back on Duke's campus. I don't remember exactly what happened to all of them, but I can recall faintly that one of them moved outside of the United States or to the other side of the United States because he couldn't get a job anywhere close, even after they were all acquitted.
Mm-hmm.
Then another one, he actually, if memory serves, he had to legally go change his name so that way when he actually applied to do certain things, jobs and other things, he wouldn't be outright rejected, because when they Google his name, what's the first thing that pops up?
Yeah. So even if you are acquitted, still in the court of public opinion, man, that's still something you got to deal with, you know?
Yeah. So from there, I
sheesh.
don't recall what happened to the third one, but if memory serves, he was the one who actually had some family money, and I think his dad owned a business, and he was kind of seen, being in the family business, but he's very much not in any notable position.
I see. Yeah, I mean
that's if I remember correctly.
That would be keeping your head low, you know. I mean, you're lucky enough to be able to work for your family and stuff, so you can earn and stuff. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be in any type of corporate level position, because that will just kind of shine more of a light on you. So yeah, that makes sense.
So their lives were basically destroyed. I think one of them attempted to go back to a different university, and as soon as they realized who he was, they just rejected him outright.
Yeah.
They didn't want to have to put up with him being there.
Mm-hmm.
So their lives were basically destroyed, and I mean, I think if you looked for it on YouTube, there's all three players went on I don't remember whose show it was. I know it wasn't I don't believe it was Maury the Pavlich show.
Maury Povich?
Yeah, Maury Povich show. I don't think it was Maury Povich's show. It was another show. But the three of them went on that show, and instead of having a mixed audience, it was an audience full of women.
Oh, dude. Just a bunch of wolves.
And the women were incredibly hostile.
Yeah.
And more often than not, and I've only seen part of it because I think they aired it and they never played it again.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, man.
Yeah, from like the 5 minutes or so that I got to see of it, they had to bring up so many times that the woman lied. Sure, they said and did a bunch of stuff they shouldn't have, but they say that her behavior was scaring people, and someone with multiple personality disorder is quite terrifying.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's just because it just goes to show you, man. It's like who you choose to associate with you could be detrimental, majorly. Whether your career, you just whatever your life path you're on can be completely uprooted just because of the choices that where you decided to be at that specific time. She came in like a whirlwind and rocked all their lives, got out of their lives and rocked her own life. So to me, it just seems like it sucks. It sucks to say that, yeah, you had this party that this girl came to, and yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe you could have had another girl ask the girl to leave, instead of trying to do it yourself, because I think girls are a little bit more receptive to other women than to men, because they're always going to put a fight up against men.
Well, Camp, from what I understand of what actually happened that night, she was acting so erratically that the girls who were at that party didn't even want to go near her.
That makes sense too. Women are non-confrontational, so yeah, that makes sense.
Well, no, Camp, it wasn't confrontation. It was I can scarcely recall hearing a video that was on YouTube about it, but I think it got shut down. That she was actually walking through the party, talking to herself, and part of the conversation was, I'm gonna kill that guy in the corner, but then he's so cute. Well, who cares?
That's weird. Yeah, definitely weird conversation to be having at a party.
She's having a full conversation with herself.
Yeah. Jeez. Well,
so she was actually she was scaring and freaking out a lot of different people.
Yeah. I mean, I guess at that point, man, you really can only try your best, and hopefully that you can nicely get her to leave, in some way or form without her coming back and trying to put some charges on you, Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I do get it, but, I do understand, but, sadly, government will always protect itself.
Yeah.
No matter what. And, the only reason why the lacrosse players are even free right now was not only was it exposed in court, but I believe it was one of the local newspapers actually got their hands on. What did they get their hands on? Oh, wait. I think one of the local newspapers actually got their hands on the district attorney's files about the case somehow. And when they ran the story, it blew everything up along with what was revealed in court. So it was just bad. And
yeah. Well, it sounds like the guys, some of them were able to at least get their life a little bit back on track. The one that at least went to work with his parents and stuff, and then the other guys, kind of took their chances moving out of state, out of country,
Yeah.
But gotta do what you gotta do, man. Sometimes you just gotta uproot yourself, change your name, and try to start anew, man. Because you gotta do what you gotta do to survive out here. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit of this. I want to get to the Andrew Tate on his social media post and the staff deleting his post, because this is kind of like, you would think Andrew Tate would run his own social media, but I guess there's a lot to cover and tweet at the same time. But for his staff to delete his tweets, it just kind of seems out of character. It kind of seems like something that he wouldn't do. He wouldn't backtrack and delete stuff because he doesn't have any regrets. He just kind of says whatever he says, and him deleting something just doesn't sound right coming from him. Let's see.
I don't even think it would be his PR team. It'd be his legal team.
Right.
I can totally understand why your PR team would do that, because you don't say a small number of women or qualify in any way. You just say women have become such lying whores. And I find that deeply offensive. I'm not even a woman. Why generalize about all women in that way? Why say women have sex then cry rape so often? The real bit is, why not phrase it in a way that might engender some empathy for your situation, rather than actually make every woman who hears that think that you hate women, you're a misogynist, you think they're all liars, they all cry rape? Why talk in that generalized inflammatory language?
Well, it may shock you to believe that women absolutely love me and my largest fans are women, and I'm approached every day by women. I don't say things to try and elicit sympathy for myself, Piers. I made a brand on saying what I believe to be true, even if it's shocking, even if some people find it confrontational. My point is that we have a massive scandal now where genuine victims exist, where we have compromise on the highest levels of government, and we have women who are wasting police time with false accusations, and many men's lives have been ruined by exactly that. And it's disgusting because rape, I have many daughters, is probably the most heinous of all crimes that exists on the planet. And you like to believe that if a woman cries rape.
Okay, but you also know that only in the UK, about 1% of all rape cases are successful. 99% do not lead to conviction. You must accept that
That's not true.
Is outrageous. And
yeah, I haven't done the research on UK cases. I haven't really done the research on US cases either, but there are a lot of
I've done some research on it.
Yeah. So what is not true about Piers, what he just said?
Well, the thing that you have to remember here, Camp, is that in a lot of cases of where assaults and rape are concerned, in a lot of cases it's he said, she said.
Correct. Yeah.
And can you prosecute on that? where you have, the barest bones of circumstantial cases, you can try.
Yeah.
You can try.
Yeah, usually you have to have multiple people coming forward in order for it to be something worth taking to trial. Whereas if it's just one person accusing you, then it is pretty tough to get a conviction. I mean, I can see that. That makes sense.
Yeah. So the thing is that when it comes down to he said, she said, it's who do they believe?
Right.
If the guy sits there and says, hey, it was consensual, here's the text messages where she's hitting on me, wanting me to do this, wanting me to do that, that kind of blows up the case immediately.
Right. Yeah.
So the thing that's untrue here is that, we only get 1% of conviction. The sad truth is that, not everybody has a camera, filming what they do every day. So, it boils down to he said, she said, and it's, it just never it can go one way or the other.
Yeah,
I mean,
it has to be multiple victims coming forward to establish the pattern behavior.
Yeah,
that's the only way.
I mean, and then when they redefined the definition of date rape back in about 2012, that actually made it a lot harder to prosecute. Well, they tried to make it easier to prosecute, but they ended up harming victim credibility with that. So, the problem is that in the cases where it gets, notoriety, that's when they start getting public pressure, and then they let the media form, and then the jury is already kind of biased. So they get convictions. I mean, I don't remember the guy's name, but there was an African American man. He was on track to play in the NFL. I mean, they were scouting him out of high school.
Yeah.
He was that good.
He got falsely accused?
Yeah, he got falsely accused. And the craziest thing was how he was able to prove his innocence. Because how he proved he was innocent was they convicted him. Then the girl's family sued the school because it happened at the high school that they were at. Well, she claimed it happened at the high school they were at. And they won like $3 million for suing the school because it happened on the campus grounds. And he spent like 4 or 5 years in jail. Then he got out on good behavior. And then guess who eventually reached out to him? The same girl that accused him.
Damn.
So she called him and was like, hey, you want to hang out? He's like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, I'm serious. So he called his lawyer and was like, hey, she's inviting me over. What do I do? What did the lawyer tell him? Okay, in our state, one-party consent is legal. Turn the voice recorder on your smartphone on, record and talk with her. Get her to bring it up. So they go back to her house. They go into her room. They start talking about it, and he brings it up. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry that this happened to you. But, my family needed the money, so we just went along with it.
Oh, shit. Sorry. There it is, man.
He got it all on recording, when they were done chatting, he went to the lawyer's office. They got her fully admitting it was false, everything. And then he spent like another 3 years in the court system getting everything expunged. Then because the case was so low, the case, to my knowledge, never really hit national news except for maybe a couple of blips, but it was all over their local news.
Yeah.
So the case went back to court there, and she and her mother both ended up getting like 6 months or something for the false report and everything. And then they got sued by the same school district they sued for like $20 million.
Damn.
I don't know about what happened for the civil case after the fact.
Yeah.
But the guy, he's actually one of the largest advocates for the Innocence Project, because it was the Innocence Project that ended up taking his case and getting everything cleared out for him.
Well, that's a great story, man. I'm really glad that he came out on the other side of it, even though he still had to serve time. You know, that at least it ended up good for him.
Yeah.
Justice was eventually served, you know?
Yeah, but he also when he got out, he actually had to go finish high school, and no semi-professional or professional football team would touch him.
Oh yeah, no, that's out. That's the problem when you're being false accused. It's like, it doesn't matter if you're innocent or guilty. The fact that you have an accusation on you is enough for people to just be like, yeah, you're not marketable. You're not somebody we really want to dirty our hands with, you know?
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate.
So yeah. And he's actually dedicating his life to helping wrongly convicted people, which is great.
No, that is great.
But
yeah.
But it's such a major uphill battle in a lot of cases.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, at least in that case, the girl got caught and, you know, they had to pay restitution and all that stuff. I mean, that's just, it unfortunately doesn't happen enough. You know, a lot of these people that come up with the false accusations, you know, they're like, okay, well, you know, sorry that it wasn't you. But I mean, your whole, you know, career and everything about you is completely slandered, you know, but, you know, hopefully you'll be able to get back on your feet and get a job somewhere. Somebody will hire you, and they wouldn't. It just leaves men's lives in shambles, you know, when they have to deal with that. Yeah. And it's unfortunate that it happens to too many men, and a lot of men don't have the resources to fight it in court, you know, so they have to just freaking take it. They have to just take whatever judgment is given to them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this is part of the reason why I don't call Tate the Tate brothers or Fresh and Fit or anybody within that circle any form of real red pill. They're just grifters.
Well, Tate never claimed to be red pill. That's one thing that I do know, at least for him, is that
he was just he just got slapped with the label.
Pretty much. Yeah, he was lumped in as, like, you know, a red pill leader and stuff like that. I don't know why my camera is like not focusing. Hold on one second. Yeah, he just never he never claimed the red pill, from what I understand.
Okay.
Even when I guess it finally came out that he was like anti-red pill, whatever. He used to call these guys like nerds and dorks and stuff, and you know, they don't really know what they're doing when it comes to women. They're just like, he was even saying, he's like, you know, just dating a bunch of women is gay and all this stuff. And it's like, well, look at your boys Fresh and Fit, man. That's like that's all they preach about, is like trying to, you know, get over on women, you know, sleep with as many as possible. And it's like, come on, man. It's like, you guys are going against each other in terms of like your ideologies, and yet you guys are firm supporters of one another. You think you would like see eye to eye on certain issues, but you have completely different ideologies. So let's skip ahead a little bit. Let me see if I can get him to that point where he's talking about his social media.
You're inferring that the 2,000 women. You're inferring that the 2,000 women who've made allegations about Epstein and other men involved with Epstein, that none of their claims can be taken seriously.
That's not actually what I'm inferring. What I'm inferring is that when you understand information warfare and you understand how important it is for them to try and shape a narrative to save themselves, if one of those women have lied, they're going to take her story, prove it's a lie, amplify it, and try and discredit all of the women who have actually told the truth. That's why it's so important that women do not lie to judicial authorities about things like rape. because it's extremely
But
important.
why
that we
don't
get to
you
the bottom
talk
of
more
these.
respectfully? All right, but why don't you talk more respectfully about women in general, but save your anger for the small minority of women who do what you say they do? It's not the vast majority of women. You know it, and I know it. It's not like all women that make these allegations are making it up. You know that. And it's the way you talk in this generalized term is why people think you're a misogynist and hate women. And you may well, I don't know if you are or not, but I do.
Here's just too much of an optimism here.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is that Tate is always going to say stuff to get engagement. And if he has to say it in a generalized tone, you know, like all women this, all women that, he's going to get the engagement that he's looking for. And, you know, saying, you know, if he starts off the whole tweet with, I know not all women, but most, you know, if he says something like that, like the Jesse Lee Peterson style, or if he's just like, I know this is a small amount of women that do this, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. And it's just like, it just doesn't hit the same, which I don't understand anybody that actually follows Tate for like anything that he says. But the people that do hang on his every word, it's like, you kind of have to take it as a grain of salt, you know, like if it doesn't apply to you, you shouldn't get offended. But if it does apply to you, you know, maybe look inward, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, that's not exactly what I mean here. Because what I'm saying is that women will always jump on that bandwagon to just throw their support behind the woman, regardless of the facts.
So, I mean, the sisterhood is very strong.
Yeah. So him generalizing, you know, from my perspective, generalizing is never okay because it's never gonna, because all it's gonna do is say all when you really shouldn't. But on the flip side of that, if the sisterhood is just going to, you know, go out of their way to rip through everything to destroy somebody's lives, you know, at some point we kind of do actually have to sit here and say, you know, do we believe in the rule of law or do we believe in the rule of the mob?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people are really invested in the stuff that Tate has to say, and that they choose to get triggered by it. And hold on one second. And they choose to give him the engagement that he's looking for. You know, I mean, I think if anything, he's just like Myron in terms of, you know, trying to rage bait online, and people. I mean, people that give him any type of attention that's basically what he's looking for. You know. He's looking to get his message across in any shape, form, fashion, and if it means poking at certain people, you know, for any reason, for anything, you know, he's going to get that engagement. So, I mean, he kind of wrote the whole book on it. So let's keep going.
You know that when you use language like this, which even your PR team then take down. I mean, look, another one you posted that they took down. I presume they took it down. You can clarify. You said, "I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chasing dopamine ever since."
Yeah, it's hyperbolic. I think you're aware that the internet has changed a lot across the last 5 years and that the entire nature of conversations has changed. And it's hyperbolic to highlight exactly how ridiculous it is that I was accused of human trafficking in the first place, while we have members of the Labour government which are spending time on an island with a convicted pedophile. And
yeah, but that's the what about itism, isn't it? You know, like saying, well, I know I might have been accused of this, but what about the people that are actually doing it and stuff? It's like, yeah, but we're not. It doesn't make it right though, you know, to kind of play the whole like, if I did it, I would have done this, like the whole OJ thing, you know, like did OJ have to write that book if he'd done it, you know? I mean, at this point, it just seems like, you know, you're kind of gloating that you got off, and now that you see that there are other people that are now having the spotlight on them for similar type of things, and they're not seeing any time, you know, you're just like, well, you know, look at these people. Why aren't they getting the same type of treatment that I got? It's like, look, it sucks. It sucks that you got locked up and then they didn't have anything to back it up, you know? Might just been, you know, they just weren't that good at finding information, or what? Maybe you were innocent, but you still put yourself in a position for people to suspect these things of you, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of self-reported online a long time ago when you're trying to sell that course, man, trying to teach men how to, you know, set up OnlyFans pages for women and basically pimp them out online, you know? You kind of wrote the blueprint for all that.
Yeah, so I mean, he's trying, I know what he's trying to do, but he's being stupid about it.
And you know what happened? What happened to Tate? He used to be so calculated, you know. And I guess the couple hits to his head, man, just really jogged his brain. And he doesn't know how to like make strong, coherent points. That you know, it just seems like he's resorting to a lot of these tactics of just shedding light on other people and trying to skirt any type of responsibility or accountability that came for him for the way things happen, you know. It's like you could have used your public figure, you know, attention that you were getting from the masses for good, but you used it for your own gain and it collapsed on you, you know? So,
well, yeah, but still, you know, instead of, you know, posting about, oh, I missed this to draw attention to himself, he could have easily just sat there and just, you know, and just kind of put up there that, oh yes, I'm such an evil bad guy, yet here are all these people in our government who it's okay for them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yet when I'm accused, I'm the villain, yet they just get a quick slap on the wrist.
Right. Or not a slap at all. Yeah, I think he could have said something to that tune, and it probably would have been received a lot better than "I miss sex trafficking." It just seems like you could have said a little bit better. I don't know.
Everybody else at home understands that the internet is heavily hyperbolic. It's heavily sarcastic. This is the way the internet currently functions. So I don't think anybody at home really believes, one, that I'm a human trafficker. I've yet to meet anybody in real life who said anything other than they're trying to stitch you up, Andrew, for highlighting their corruption. And secondly, even if I was somehow convicted of human trafficking, that people would believe that I'm going to tweet that that's what I want to do. It's called sarcasm. I'm sure you understand it very well. The nature of the internet has changed.
Why did you take it down? Or was it who took it down?
I'm answering the question. And these gotcha moments are 5 or 6 years out of date. Nobody cares anymore about these gotcha moments. Everybody knows that I've been completely unfairly treated by the judicial authorities, that my business and my reputation has been slandered by the exact people who were doing the crimes.
Hang on. What do you mean? Okay, let's unpick this. What do you mean by gotcha moment?
By you saying you tweeted this sarcastically and you can't say that. I don't think anybody's interested in this anymore. We have a much bigger and more.
I didn't know whether it was. I didn't know what you were doing with this tweet. All I read was what you wrote, and then it got deleted. Right, which infers that either. Well, who deleted it first of all?
I understand if you don't understand sarcasm. My point is, we have a much more pressing
who deleted
issue.
it? But who deleted it?
While I was asleep, members of my
second.
Yeah, I got you. Basically, it was this part. I think that was at the very beginning. Let me double check. Hold on. It was at the very beginning. Let's see. I see. Right now we are at 36:25. It was at the very beginning. Right here.
You said I miss human
trafficking. Hold on, let me go back a little bit further back. Like the very beginning. Come on. Come on now.
Human trafficking. Why did
Okay.
You said I miss human
Trying to bring it to the okay. The thing I am not supposed to say about the Epstein files is that women have become such lying whores that it's impossible to take any of these unsubstantiated claims seriously. Women have sex, then they cry rape so often that real victims never face justice. And then he followed up with, I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. I've been chasing dopamine ever since. So.
Wow. This guy can't even write properly.
Which is probably why they failed. It was right to probably take it down because they're like, dude, this is not a good look. You know, it's like we get that, you know, you're probably frustrated, you know, at your situation and also the current situation and how it's being handled. But this is not the right way to lash out. You know?
Well, I mean, considering that this is post, he could just gone incredibly hyperbolic with it, with hyperbole, and just did it so. He could have just done it so differently.
Yeah, but like he said, he even said it himself. You know, the internet is hyperbolic, and it's just like you got to be sarcastic, and you know, this is basically just his way of doing it. He's unapologetic about it, even though his team was just like, we'll delete that. But you know, it's like that's his brand. His brand is to rage bait people. It's kind of like it's just another version of Myron, pretty much. You know, just say whatever it takes to get engagement.
I mean, he could have actually written those tweets where people would have understood it's hyperbole, and then it would have done even better.
Right. No, but what you said earlier is that he could have phrased it differently, and I think it would have been received better. You know, I think he just kind of wrote it off. You know, just first thought he had in his head, and he put it on. He typed it in, and that was it. You know, didn't do too much thinking after that. Just kind of moved on.
UK government to the very end. Perhaps where
he probably would have gotten a way better reception.
Absolutely.
So pressing on the point of truth, perhaps where I try and highlight how corrupt and how disgusting these people truly are, perhaps it would be more sensible for my own freedom to not tell the truth about some of these things and not be so pressing and not and go away and be quiet, because that's what they've been trying to make me do since the absolute beginning.
Well, that wouldn't be the point I would make. No, I don't think that's what your PR team was saying. I presume they were reading the words, "I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chasing dopamine ever since." You know, I don't think it's a gotcha of me to read back your own words and to ask you what you mean by them, given that your own PR team deleted them.
It's clearly sarcastic and hyperbolic, and I think that to sit here and talk about tweets which are sarcastic as opposed to the systemic corruption that exists inside of all of our democratic institutions is probably a waste of time. We can talk about it for the rest of this interview. But clearly what's far more interesting is the fact that we have a ruling class which is ignoring the electorate completely. There's two-tier policing taking place. People are spending time with convicted pedophiles and sending them billions of dollars. And me highlighting in a hyperbolic and sarcastic way how ridiculous it is that two young boys from Luton were accused of human trafficking, slandered, investigated, and put in jail, while none of these people face 1% of the punishment my brother and I have been through. I think that highlighting that ridiculousness is actually quite important. It is absolutely insane that my brother and I have been investigated more heavily than anybody else inside of those files.
Let's turn to another controversy you were involved in recently. This was the night you went to a nightclub in Miami with Nick Fuentes, Myron Gaines, Sneeko, and Clavicular. You all came under heavy criticism because in the van that you were traveling in with people live streaming from it, you were playing Kanye West's song Heil Hitler. And that song was then requested to be played once you got in the club to the DJ who played it unwittingly. There's been a lot of backlash.
Why was
this,
the DJ?
as you know.
Let's be professionals, Piers. Why was the DJ unwittingly? He was unaware of what the song was?
Well, he claims to have been unaware of what he was playing. So we'll come to that in a moment. Let's go through chronologically what happened here. Whose idea was it to play that song in the van?
Well, I didn't play the song in the van. And the great thing about this entire event is that it was live streamed and you could see me say, "What is this?" Right. And leave the van quickly. I also think it's pretty ridiculous for us to.
I don't think he didn't say, "What is this?" The only reason he left the van was because they had arrived at the club. So it wasn't like he got out and started walking to the club and met him there. I mean, because he was disgusted with the song being played. I mean, his brother was jamming out to it as well. So it's like, I don't think so. That's not true.
Once again, as we highlight that all of our institutions are completely corrupted to the core by satanic pedophiles, and completely ridiculous for us to sit here and ignore a genocide that just took place and complain about a song being played. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's okay.
Well, we're complaining. Hang on. We're complaining about it's ironic because we're complaining about a song being played that idolizes Adolf Hitler, who waged one of the all-time worst genocides against the Jewish people. So actually, it couldn't be more relevant. I'm glad you mentioned the genocide word. So let's just stick to what happened, because I'm curious. You're all in this van. The word is that it was Sneeko.
If you know enough
that put,
about history, Adolf Hitler is light in the genocide department.
And what is he, like third behind like Stalin and who else? There's like a few others.
Well, let's see. Stalin, by all measures, was worse.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ivan the Terrible, actually, I think realistically killed way more people.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? Who else? There was somebody else who was really good at doing it. And who was it? Wasn't any of the notable kings. Because there were some kings who did butcher, but they didn't butcher everybody.
I think the reason why Adolf gets so much notoriety is because, you know, they filmed a lot of that stuff. You know, they didn't think that they were going to get toppled and all that stuff. So they kept the best documents, you know, the best records and stuff. So, I mean,
I'm trying to think of who I can name that might not get the stream shut down. Because I can think of one name that might get your stream shut down, so I don't want to say it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just understand the general idea that there were people that did do more, but I don't think they get the same amount of pull because in terms of popularity, just sheer popularity, he's a lot more polarizing, you know, and in terms of, you know, even people are still affected by him today, you know, in terms of like whether they follow him or they don't follow him and stuff. Some people, it's very weird, you know, that he's still probably one of the most famous men in history, infamous, you know, if you will, and more than other people.
Well, considering the fact that Stalin actually beat his number by a solid, I think 300,000. You know, I don't buy that for a second. I mean, sure.
Equally as worse, though. I don't really. I mean, the sheer numbers are to determine like how bad someone is, whatever. But I think they're both bad, you know. And both, I think one shouldn't be more infamous than the other. I mean, I think you can kind of lump them all together. But in terms of, you know, documentation and just, I don't know, just the sheer popularity and stuff of him, you know, because he was very charismatic, you know, you can't deny that. I don't know. I mean, we don't really have, I don't think there's no video footage of anybody else that was like as charismatic as him, leading the way that he did and convincing a bunch of people to carry out his orders and plans and stuff like that. I just don't think it really resonates more than anybody else in history. So I think that's why he gets that type of notoriety, and I think that's it's crazy. I think our children and our children's children are going to know who he is, you know, before they die because of the acts that he's done, you know.
Yeah.
So
I'm not gonna disagree there that they both weren't bad, because technically speaking, they both were bad.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, my thing here is that if we're going just by, you know, body count, Stalin had him beat in sheer numbers. Because not only did Stalin purge his undesirables, you know, he also purged the people who also would have stood against him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not just, you know, his enemies. He also purged those who had the potential to stand against him. Then from there, Ivan the Terrible, if memory serves, because it's been a minute since I actually looked anything up about him. You know, not only did he butcher his enemies, he also had made sure that at least half of his family was butchered, because he didn't want to have to fight over. He didn't want to have a fight over the throne.
Right.
Let's see. Vlad Tepes. not really. I mean, he wanted to be technical. Vlad didn't slaughter his own people. He slaughtered the Muslim. He fought against the Muslims that were trying to take over his domain.
Mm-hmm.
So that was more war than just mass murder.
Yeah.
I
mean,
so
we get the point, though. You know, the thing is, like, these figures that, you know, appear in history and stuff, they were able to gather a lot of support and a lot of followers and a lot of influence. And, you know, it's very important for us to know these figureheads, so that if anyone ever tries to repeat that again, we can kind of call them out on it and make sure that they don't get as far as the people that came before them. You know, I mean,
Camp, that's true, but the problem here is that sure, we're not getting the same amount of people, but you know, these people, sure, they're not, you know, committing genocide or mass murder, but technically speaking, what they're doing is worse on the whole for society.
Well, I think, you know, engineering viruses, you know, biochemical viruses, basically, you know, creating tsunamis and, you know, whatever through, this HARP research station. You know, I know there's like certain theories out there that, you know, they have machines that they can control weather patterns and stuff, and, you know, create natural disasters to take people out instead of actually raging war, you know, and then also viruses and you know, things like that. So it appears more natural selection rather than actual targeted attack. I mean, there's ways to do it that's a lot more sneakier now, you know, and you can still get your same result without having to have someone have the point the finger at, you know. So, I mean, it's in a way, it's kind of a different time now. It's like you don't have to, you can be more anonymous with that and still get the same results. So,
yeah.
I don't know. It seems like it's a little bit smarter, you know. You don't need to stay for the glory for that, you know. You just want to get your results and thin the numbers a little bit and hope to God that nobody, you know, connects any dots.
Yeah.
So
so it's just from my perspective, you know, saying Adolf Hitler, and it's just like Hitler. Yeah, sure. He made sure everything was documented because he had OCD and he wanted to prove that he was doing his thing. But, you know, in terms of, you know, being the worst, Stalin was actually worse because he not only did he starve them like Hitler did, but, you know, he also got rid of anybody who was a threat. Sure, Adolf Hitler shipped off those who didn't immediately agree with him, but those who were smart enough to wave the flag and do the salute, even though they never believed in it, you know, I mean, there was a reason why Operation Valkyrie happened. There were those in Germany who had zero faith in what he was doing. And, you know, the question is do you choose to live today to fight a war X many years later for your freedom? Or do you choose to die that day and then, you know, just, you know, you lose everything and, you know, you'll probably lose everything along with your family too. I mean, sadly, it's smarter to pick a smarter battle or at least a winning battle later on than to just throw your chips out, have no real good way to fight back, and then just watch as everything you believe dies with you.
Yeah. It's definitely not an easy decision to make, you know, especially when you're in the moment of it, you know.
Yeah, so no, you're absolutely 100% right, Cam. There's no real good answer, but sadly, the answer that means you live is the better one. So at least that way, you can turn around one day and actually fight for what you actually believe in.
Yeah.
Or at least you hope that's what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more here because we're almost at our cap here. Let's keep going.
Played a song 1 month ago is worth our time.
Okay, but you do accept, I suppose, that for young people, but collectively you have tens of millions of people that follow you on all your social medias. That imagery of you all apparently celebrating this song Heil Hitler, which in itself celebrates one of the most genocidal monsters in history.
I'm literally shaking my head.
That is...
Yeah, but look at your brother.
Okay, so I'm asking you what your reaction is to that song, because it happens in the van. We're now looking at footage of it happening in the club. You can see the others dancing along to it. You, to be fair to you, do not look like you're quite as celebratory of it as they are, but you're laughing and shaking your head. So what are you actually thinking as Heil Hitler is being played in that nightclub and Fuentes and Sneaker and the others are celebrating?
Yeah, I'm smiling and shaking my head because I believe it's deliberately provocative. And some people on the internet are trying to be exactly that. They want to be deliberately provocative to get clicks and get attention. With all due respect, Piers, you've been known to do it yourself. I wasn't interested in trying to be deliberately provocative. I went out because it was the first time I met some of those gentlemen. I stood in the club and repeatedly said, this is boring. I want to leave. People can watch the video themselves. And I think it's far more interesting and far more concerning that members of our government, that our democratic institutions we're supposed to believe in, are corrupted to the core, and we're sending billions of dollars to convicted pedophiles. It's really amazing that me standing in a club playing a song or me doing absolutely nothing wrong is going to get endless media smear, me lose my companies, lose my banks, lose my passport, go to jail, locked in my house, try and take my children from me when I've never been convicted of any crime. And we're going to pretend I'm the boogeyman. Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer are going to sit here and mention that video along with other things and say, I'm the boogeyman and I'm dangerous, as opposed to discuss the fact that our entire democratic institution has been infiltrated by satanic pedophiles, Piers. That is far more interesting to me. It affects far more people's lives. And it is truly disgusting that the media and its machine manages to conflate and distract and bring up garbage to take away people's attention from what truly matters in this world. We live in a democracy. The electorate should be respected. There should not be secret rooms where deals are made and decisions happen outside of the view of the electorate, with or without satanic rituals, with or without sex. And it turns out there is all of this happening. And we now have some degree of transparency, thank very much to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And I hope that the people who appear in the files are fully investigated to the full strength of the law, as I have been.
You know, the easier answer, far be it from me to teach you how to answer questions in interviews, is to say that you find what's in the Epstein files utterly disgusting and reprehensible.
Well, that's clear.
And you find the idea of a bunch of very well followed influencers with big influence over young men in particular celebrating the song Heil Hitler is also disgusting and reprehensible, and you wish you had not been there at the time because obviously it reflects badly on everybody involved. That's the simple answer.
Yeah, but he's not going to admit any type of regret because that would go against his brand as a whole. Because he said that before. He's like, I don't have any regrets. He's even reduced to that it's just a song, and you know, if it offended you, whatever, he said he's like, I'm very sorry about that. But he also says that he has no regrets in anything that he does. You know, he kind of brought it down a notch in terms of saying it shouldn't be this big of a deal. But that's basically his whole stance on it.
Yeah.
And if you'd said that, I could respect it. Instead, you go on a long, torturous non-answer, which makes me think, well, did you care or not?
Well, perhaps, Piers, and I want to be honest with you because we've spoken quite a lot of times. Perhaps after going through the hell I've been through, and it's been truly hell, after going through the endless decimation attacks, the endless slander, after going through what I've been through while witnessing a genocide in real time, Remember, I was the first person to tell you on October 9th that it was a genocide before it was popular to say that. After watching all of these things, after understanding that we're ruled over by satanic pedophiles, after understanding that our entire judicial system is corrupt, after understanding that Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer are trying to put me in jail when I've done nothing wrong, while covering for pedophiles, perhaps the idea that a song played in a nightclub that I stood in, perhaps it just doesn't register on my metrics of importance. Perhaps I've just been through so much and I've seen so many terrible things are happening in the world right now that I don't think it's the biggest news story. And I really don't think it's worth your time or mine. You're an extremely well-known, established journalist. And we're talking about a nightclub playing a song 1 month ago. If a nightclub played a song about killing black people or rape or murder, which is basically every single rap song that exists, nobody would care. So I think this is all highly ridiculous. And the more important thing is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk has allowed us some degree of transparency, the tip of the iceberg into the insanity of what we believe is our democratic institutions and how corrupt they are. And I want every single person inside of the Epstein files, including the innocent people, including you, including Elon, including everyone, to be investigated to the full force of the law, because it is not down to them to admit wrongdoing. That is why we have a rule of law. Criminals do not admit they did things wrong. They go to court and they prove they did nothing wrong. And what I am saying is that the British state has plenty of time. They have plenty of time to arrest people for tweets.
Yeah, you made the point.
Plenty of time to arrest people for nothing. So they should be investigating this huge pile of evidence. And the real questions are these. Why did they ignore the pile of evidence for a decade? 1. 2, who paid Jeffrey Epstein and made him so rich? 3, what were they paying him for? You made all these points, What decisions have taken place that have affected the lives of British people based on the back of bribe money paid to pedophiles as opposed to the will of the electorate? What laws need to be undone?
Andrew, you've made all these points, and I agree with many of the points you made in relation to that. I just think on the Heil Hitler thing, it is beyond pathetic to see influential young men celebrating Adolf Hitler. And in your case, given how strongly you feel about genocide, to be party to any of that in any way. And
you're thinking you're kneecapping him, and you're not.
Oh, I mean, I will say that this whole investigation into everybody in the Epstein files, that definitely needs to take place. But I kind of have the, I guess, I don't know what type of mindset, the realistic mindset that they're probably not going to investigate to the nth degree, you know.
They're not going to investigate.
No.
Because if they actually investigate, I mean, considering the fact that Bill Gates was there, the now King of England was there, at least maybe 1 or 2 former sitting U.S. presidents was there. Even the sitting president was an associate, and what he saw, we don't know, because to protect not only his image but his brand, he's not going to say anything.
Yeah,
you know, it's that meme with Bart the day when he temporarily went blind. You know, he's walking around, nothing to see here, nothing to see here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's
in their best interest to drag this out as long as they can until people forget, you know?
Yeah, so from I absolutely 100% agree with Andrew here that, you know, we actually do need some real justice for the Epstein case, but are we going to get it? Hell no.
No, they're not.
And him going out with a bunch of red pill grifters and then them listening to some Kanye West song about Hail Hitler, you know, in terms, sure, it's a little social media, I guess, stunt at this point. But, you know, in the end, you know, that's what it was. It was a social media stunt, probably done by, you know, if I had to guess, either by Fresh and Fit and maybe Sneeko. And maybe Fuentes was on board.
Yeah,
no,
I think we've already covered it was Myron. It was Myron that basically wanted to play the song in the van. He told Sneeko, you know what time it is, so he wouldn't play the song. And then in the club, he told Fresh to get the DJ to play it. So it was Myron again.
Yeah,
But Sneeko
so
just ended
we
up taking
have-
the fall for it. We've
So
uncovered that
we
since last
have-
stream.
Yeah, so we have a Red Pill grifter trying to be incredibly not relevant, dramatic. 'Cause that's what it was. It was
Mhm.
dramatic.
Mhm.
You know, trying to be incredibly dramatic to draw attention to himself, which, mind you, he succeeded. So he's happy as a clam.
Sure.
So, you know, in the end, while certain people are losing their mind about this, I mean, how many of these people have ever actually played Command and Conquer, for Pete's sake?
Mm-hmm. David came back. He says Piers is a fraud. He is well connected to some of the pedophiles involved in Epstein, and I'm looking forward to how any investigation plays out. I mean, and that's, you know, like I said, man, it's 3 million pages. Okay, they said over, like, I think it was like 2,000 hours of video and stuff. I mean, granted, a lot of the stuff wasn't playable. A lot of it was just like files that were there that were sent in emails that were not being able to be played and stuff. But it just seemed like it's going to be a while before we get to the end of this. We're just at the very beginning, and that's it. So unfortunately, dude, I got to cut it short. I got to go. We have already gone over our time by about 35 minutes. Again, I do appreciate everybody who did come out. Thank you so much. All the hustlers, and Cheetos of Ghost, man, I appreciate you coming out and keeping me a little company this evening.
No problem, Camp. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, sir. Anything that you want to let us know what you're working on that we can go check you out for?
My next video is almost done. I've got to re-record one part of it and add something, and it'll be ready. Then just thumbnail. Then I just got to work on the thumbnail. So hopefully I'll have that up in the next 2 weeks, and live stream tomorrow. If you want to go see the poll to see which game won, go ahead. But I'm not going to spoil it here.
Awesome.
But beyond that, thank you, everybody. Peace out and have a good night.
You as well, man. I'll see you guys on the next one, man. You guys have a good night. Peace. This is Camp
You too,
Hustle
Camp.
1. Out. Peace,
See
man.
you later.
Camp Hustle 1, squad moves like a freight train. Streaming live Saturdays, no need for a campaign. Cook Benny in the chat, spitting heat, uncontained. Haters lurking in the shadows, they ain't built for this terrain. Covers dropping gems, wisdom sharper than a blade. Exo Charles in the mix, got the whole game amazed. Taking souls for free, no invoice, no delays. Debating Sonic, spitting logic, making waves. Hustlers unite every Saturday night. We shine bright, got the spotlight in sight. Live stream flames, haters take flight. Chopping it with Hank, keep the vibe airtight. Commentary live, no script, just pure flair. Every bar a dagger, leaving doubters in despair. This ain't just a hustle, it's a kingdom we declare. Building brick by brick, we ain't folding under glare. Hank Russell in the cut, breaking bread, trading thoughts. While they talk trash, we strategize and plot. Every stream a canvas, every word a stroke of art. We out here taking names, pulling strings, playing smart. Hustlers unite every Saturday night. We shine bright, got the spotlight in sight. Live stream flames, haters take flight. Chopping it with Hank, keep the vibe airtight.